I know you can't, cutest. I'm not... Whatever. I don't think you fully understand what I'm saying. The fact that the dude in chart... Whatever. It's not my place. Not my place. But also, Frog, thanks for the $5 towards a good cause. Cheers. All right. Make the dwarves suffer already? No. I'm too busy suffering over here in my frustrations. I don't think you do, cutest. I don't think you do. I think you would if you'd been in my position before. I don't think you have been. Different global perspectives. All right, let's dive in. Like chat said, make some dwarves suffer. So the status with this fort is I'm kind of getting bored of it. It's a fine fort and I like it. It's fun having like this big old river, but I'm sure we can make more big old rivers. So the plan for today is kind of to find a nice ending cadence for it. I still want to finish building this little tower thingy that I started over here, although I kind of screwed up the flooring halfway through, like not really thinking about colors too heavily. So I'm a little bit iffy on that. I mean, I can build another big water trap in another fort if that's what you guys are super interested in seeing more of. I know that some people have already been like, no, don't finish this fort. But, like, you know, I have to move on. And the whole point of this world is to, like, run adventures around and have multiple forts. So I want to build another fort in this general vicinity down here. So having kind of worked on this fort, I think what we're going to do is we're just going to siege these goblins a whole bunch. And see if we can put a dent into this purple over here. That's what we're going to be working on today, is seeing if we can put a dent into this purple. And then we're going to found another fort. Maybe not today, but maybe on another day. And we could also, like, theoretically go all the way down to here. And also, I noticed this that I think is new. This human tower popped up down here. I don't believe it was there the whole time. In fact, I'm pretty sure it wasn't there when we started this fort. So we've got this, which is kind of exciting. So we've also got like this haunted forest over here. Kind of haunted jungle thing. The immoral jungle. We got fun stuff around here. So there's definitely places for us to settle that could be exciting. I still can't get to the mountain home. The mountain home is up here. The goal for this fort was to obtain enough wealth that we could get the king in the fort. But unfortunately, that hasn't happened. The king is still up in this area. So no, it has not been solved. Also, we still have this fort over here, which is Umber Bulwark, the first fort that we did in this world. Another place that we could settle as well is, of course, over on this side, which is on the... It's reachable, but it's on the other side of this big old mountain range from this fort. So we could also settle over there. There's this kind of lake in here. There's plenty of places that we can make more forts. So we could do an evil biome if you guys want. I mean, this is an evil biome that's in the area that I want to settle. So if there's a cool spot in here, sure. Like I said, the current goal for the day is to find a good spot to kind of leave this fort off. But as far as named dwarves that are on this fort, if your name isn't called and you were in this fort previously, you're probably dead. Ronald Merck, Katie 8, Axon Stone Pigfinite, Rhinestone Animal, Vinsati, Spitalier, Joe, Gunslinger, Elomino, Waffles, Anander, Mike F, Friggin' Bob. Who else we got here? Bonehead, Max, Rowell, Tygozar. Hope he's doing all right. Rory, Sideways, Kettle, Pink Fluffy Llama, Ponce, Animal, Figurine, Cajun Bard, and Tele. There you go. That's the named dwarves in the fort right now. And we got a tower to finish. Let's build this. And I also gotta set it up so that it's the right kind of stone, so. Let's make a bunch of granite blocks. And then deconstruct a bunch of these. These are all nice, I think. Or no, okay, so let's deconstruct the quartzite, because I don't have enough quartzite, so we will deconstruct the quartzite and use granite. I didn't realize they were such differences in coloration. It's been a while since I really used quartzite, so. And all the way around the edge. There. Also, I'm sorry, cutest. I just, I don't know. I think I'm past the kind of bewilderment phase and more just into the anger phase. It's like, what, the 5 stages of grief or some shit? Yes, your dwarf did die. I can confirm. You died in one of the sieges, Red Octo. It was either one of the sieges or one of the Forgotten Beasts, and we've had a few of those. Something that's worth noting in this fort, the lower levels, I've started just leaving open to Forgotten Beasts. We've got this spot down here, where we've got this squad training down here. And then at the lower one, I think it's down here. Maybe, yeah, down here, the lower one. We got this squad training right here. So we've got ways for lots of Forgotten Beasts to come in. So hopefully we'll have some beast fights today. So this one down here, our Copper Mirrors training. And up here is the Large Hammers training. So the Golden Standards and the Armors of Twinkling are the ones that I can send out for sieges. So we're going to go do that. Let's find somewhere that we can send out. Yeah, well, unfortunately, we've taken a few losses during our efforts of sieging these goblins. But here's a spot that we can go attack. Armors of Twinkling and the Golden Standards will send. Best of luck to them. But till then, I'll follow the dwarves removing constructions. But yeah, no, I don't know what we're going to do next, but I want to populate this half of the world with dwarves, more or less. But yeah, this is a whole bunch of stuff that's going to need to be deconstructed and reconstructed. We'll just do it all out of granite. It'll be a lot easier. It'll be a lot easier. Also, apparently I need to go pee. I will be back in a sec.
Sandwich! Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
No! No! Sandwich, Cobalt, no. Not too early for sandwich. I can confirm that. And I don't see no Cobalt. Actually, I don't think I've seen a single Cobalt in this world yet. I wonder if there are any. I'm sure there's got to be some somewhere. Bark? What are we barking at? You know, that command is going to make less and less sense for people who haven't been here for the points when I've babysat a dog. The command's slowly just going to make less sense. Which I'm kind of okay with. Yeah, it's kind of fun. Yeah, I've just been trying my best to get excited about F1 stuff. That's all I've been doing the past few days, really. Outside of just, like, working and streaming and... Cheese, obviously.
Everyone.
The face foods? So what kind of foods for the face have you purchased? Is this like tennis in the face? Did anybody here play tennis in the face? Your parents are starting to get really into F1? Yay, one of us. Now you have people to get excited about F1 with. Like, my dad's into F1, but if my mom was to, like, if my dad were to ever try to get my mom into F1, I think my mom might divorce him. My mom hates that stuff to the point where, like, I bring it up passively in conversation with my dad when my mom's in the room, and my mom just gets mad. That's how much my mom hates F1. She just hates car racing. Everything about motor racing makes her angry. I need to put my hoodie back on. I've got no heat on in my apartment right now, and it decided to get cold again outside. So it's like, I mean, it's not super cold. It's like maybe 1 or 2 degrees Celsius outside, but I've got no heating on in here right now. So it's like, I don't know, maybe 12 degrees Celsius in my apartment currently. Maybe. You got chicken mostly and a couple other bits? Gotcha. I don't like NASCAR in particular. I don't really like the culture that follows NASCAR. But I understand why people watch it. F1, I like the tech. I enjoy F1. I to a degree, enjoy Extreme E. Human Caravan has arrived. Oh, that's good. I, to a degree, enjoy Extreme E. We're going to let them continue deconstructing this, and then we'll go trade. You call it redneck racing? Isn't dirt track redneck racing, though? I mean, at least for here, like, what we would call, like, red track, or redneck racing would be, like, dirt track, oval racing, where you bring your own car. That's kind of redneck racing. That's... NASCAR is like the American equivalent of British football hooligans. Which, you know, maybe redneck, I don't know. But they're definitely like the equivalent of like football hooligans. Showed them 1 lap of Abu Dhabi and they were confused as Horner about it. I mean, being as confused as Christian Horner is a challenge. Here come the humans. It's quite a few of them, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 wagons they brought. How nice of them. We'll be able to unload lots of stuff. Yeah, no, NASCAR's boring. One of my dwarves is beating the crap out of a chameleon person, apparently. Oh, there's a dead chameleon person in my... It's behind my camera. There's a dead chameleon person in my fort. Rip chameleon person. It seems like my dwarf survived, though, so that's good. Wendigo's trying to store item in stockpile, but item inaccessible. I don't even know what item that is. Yeah, I'm kind of the same thing. Like I've learned over the past 2 years that the word hate is a very strong word that isn't needed in the vast majority of instances. So, but I don't know. Me doing my best to get excited about F1 is like watching WTF1 and listening to their podcasts, mostly because Shift F1 hasn't started yet. Shift F1 is like the podcast where they're like, yeah, well, we just kind of go on break until stuff actually starts happening. And then WTF1's like, well, we're going to do like, all right, so this is all of our livelihoods. So we're going to upload like 40 hours of content around preseason testing and then record like predictions podcasts afterwards, which don't mean anything. Like they're just like the cannon fodder, like clickbait content of F1. Whereas I'm just sitting here kind of waiting for people who like, you know, slowly put together and well thought out stuff up. Waiting. Looking forward to it. But till then, all I got is WTF1. But not bad. They're just not perfect. Anyways, Lurk, while you make face foods, best of lurks. Best of lurks. But yeah, so as far as the charity thing goes that I'm running in the background, the $100 that I threw into that is half of my monthly game budget. I always have like a monthly budget, which can either be spent on records, games, or stuff for the stream. So half of the budget this month is just going into that. I think is a legitimate cause. There are aerodynamics reviews? Yeah, and I've watched them all. Maybe not them all, but I watched a couple. Asto Putman says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. The humans. Talking with my mayor. 2 of my squads are out raiding. Have they all left? Looks like it. Perfect. Yeah, I don't really hate anything. There's just some things I just don't care at all about. And NASCAR is something I don't care at all about. Although, shoutouts to NASCAR for providing us some excellent content for Channel 5. That's the one thing that I gotta give NASCAR props for. It gives us some really good cannon fodder content. That YouTube channel. There's much to share. Information's been added to the Civilization and World Info. What request do you have of our merchants? I guess we'll just do the things that we've been requesting up until now. It's just all of the metal, basically. Pardon? H2O? I said NASCAR. Where the heck did you get Nazis out of that sentence? I'm not sure how the heck you misheard that one, but wow. Well, then we have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents, yada, yada, yada. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. You save the word hate for things that actually matter, like what H2O is referencing. It's not the greatest quote, but it's a quote. Let's do this. Here's the thing, right? H2O, that's not a joke. That's pointing a gun at me. That I have to be very careful to answer correctly, or I like get in a lot of trouble from all portions of the internet. So there's never a point where that will be funny. So no, that's not a joke. Wendigo got reelected. That's good, I suppose. Wendigo seems like a good mayor. Not like demanding too much of me. Keeping it relatively reasonable. But yeah, please kindly think about your jokes a little harder before you make them like that, you know? No, I haven't had to make any solid gold beds yet, fortunately, Sigil. Yes, they always turn left. Trust me, they do turn left. What's the spoiler? Well, how bad is the spoiler? Maybe not what's the spoiler. How bad is the spoiler? Is it like one of those spoilers where you're like, fuck, I wish I saw that myself? Or is it one of those spoilers where you're like, I'm not going to watch this show anymore? Like, there's two kinds of, like, spoilers for popular media. All right, so we're trading. We're bringing all of the used clothing. So by hitting G and then hitting S, I can search. And then by pressing X and going down to the clothing, I can get all of the damaged clothing, which is just what we're selling. So you know you don't need to atom smash them, right, Sigil? Hit N, select the mayor, and then just press R. It's the replace option. You can force a new election in Dwarf Fortress and just select any of your dwarves you want to be elected. Granted, the dwarves might re-elect the one that they want in power the next year, but just vote them out again. You don't need to murder them. You don't need to crush them. That's far too sensible. I mean, you do you, I guess. You run your forts the way you want them, and if it's by crushing the people in power that the dwarves like, I don't know how that could possibly go wrong. But, you know, I'm just saying that the option is available to you if you decide you don't want to atom smash your mayor. If you decide that. Anyway, we should see how this fight went. Apparently caps lock is on, so it didn't work. Well, they brought a bunch of beak dogs home, so that's good. More beak dog dinner. Teriyaki fried beak dog. The Crimson Pulley slipped into Plague Flicker undetected by the Yawning Dragon Dungeons. The Yawning Dungeons of the Hate of Praises. And we stole stuff. Cool. Let's go attack him again, except this time we will attempt to raise. And I'm not going to loot other items. And, oops, I already had a trader. I'm gonna bring you back over. My bad, sorry. Sometimes I hit the hotkeys too quickly to check whether or not I need to hit them. These are all of the metal bars that I'm purchasing. Shows how much of Star Trek Picard I've watched, because I don't even know who that is. By that I mean I've seen a trailer for it. That's the extent of my knowledge of that. Are you telling me that that's not enough profit for you? Man, these guys are like pulling a hard bargain here. There you go. Your trade goods such as they are. We couldn't fathom you walking away with all of those items. You couldn't. Blah. I don't think I've watched Voyager in about 15 years. So, I remember like nobody from I need to rewatch Voyager because I just remember hating Voyager. I never watched very much of it. I watched enough of it, and I watched a bunch of it. Number of years ago, before I moved out, I went back and watched so probably close to 15 years ago now. I went back and watched a playlist of episodes that I definitely got legally from the Pirate Bay. Anyway, from a bunch of episodes that I downloaded. The boar girl in a sexy suit. Oh. Okay. Sure. I don't know. I mean, fucking. I mean, that's just reading that spoiler. Doesn't actually like that's not even new to Star Trek. You've managed to get 70 plus colony for the first time, and you have a mayor, and you still don't understand the export bans he gives you. You're still concerned if you're playing right for some periods of time, or if more of your bearded bastards don't do much. But then I blame them, and they'll just raise a wall and build some workshops and do something for them, and then go back to the tavern. I mean, that's about the same as like any like workers, right? But which part do you not understand? If you're exporting something that is banned, it'll show up as a different color in the trade screen. So if you're exporting something that is banned, it'll show up as red in this screen. So there's that, unless you change your colors. In mine, it's purple, but it should show up as red in the trade screen. But basically, it's just if you sell stuff that is banned export, your dwarves will get prison sentences. If you have a captain of the guard assigned and a dungeon master assigned or a hammerer assigned, and a prison setup. I have a prison setup, so if I break the ban, then about a dozen dwarves or a percentage of my dwarves will all go to prison, and a bunch of others will get beatings. But it's pretty easy to just avoid that item. Just don't sell it. So whenever you see a dwarf that has an export ban, just don't export that item. And then if they're mandating an item, then they're demanding you make that item in that quantity, so you make the item in that quantity, and then they're happy. He likes grates, and that's all he likes. It's really nice when they like something that's easy to make, and they don't require a lot of them. Like, the best mayors are the ones that, like, make a demand every other year. And it's, like, a useful item that you'd make anyway. It's like, oh, well, like, it'd be great if you could, like, you know, make me some cages. So, okay, I was gonna make those anyways. Or it'd be great if you could, like, make a barrel. Oh, great. I had a mayor once who just kept demanding rock pots, which is great because most of my alcohol and stuff in Dwarf Fort ends up going into rock pots anyway. DS9? DS9 I've watched more recently, Mr. Mac. I watched DS9 after I finished Next Gen with my ex. We watched the first season of DS9, and then I just kind of watched it on my own, which was like 2015. So still like getting close to like 8-9 years ago, but DS9 and Next Gen are probably my favorite Star Treks. I like them both for different reasons, but they're both very good. About 3 grades per year on average. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, that wasn't the spoiler? Oh. I thought that was a spoiler. I'm like, that's not new to Star Trek. Like, Next Generation Star Trek had, like non-gender specific uniforms. It's like one of the best things about that era of Star Trek is like, oh, there's just a guy walking around in a skirt. The background of that entire show. Noob question. When the trader comes and goes, should the leftover trade items be sitting in the trade area? Yeah, that's the stuff that you bought. Or the stuff that you moved there. So you need to move it back out. And your dwarves probably filled up the stockpiles that you have. So it's up to you to move the stuff back out. Beardless Riker, just no. Just skip the first season. Problem solved. There's also a fan edit of the first season of Next Generation where they use the, like, deep fake stuff to give Riker a beard. But, I don't know. It's like young, stupid Riker versus, like, mature adult Riker. I don't know. I mean, the first season of Next Gen is, like, the hardest to watch out of all of them, but I don't know. I don't hate that season as much as some people do. Some people really, really, really hate that season. And they're just like, oh, this is awful. I'm like, I don't know. There's some good moments in it. It has its bits. There's some, like good character building and like places where they start up character arcs with like data and stuff that doesn't really get mentioned later on. Beard is the symbol of his character arc. Yeah, just like amber is the color of your energy. You know, I listened to that last song last night because I mentioned 311 and nobody knew who I was talking about, so. I guess that's your issue. It's possible the dwarves filled up barrels to move to the trade area. Usually what I find happens is, like, if you actually look in the bottom right of the screen right now, see this stockpile? They are filling it back up as I'm trading stuff. So if some stuff doesn't get sold from up here, then it'll still get put up there, and this stockpile will be refilled before the trading is over, generally. Send out dwarves. All right, so Tygo led the attack. The Goblin Zom, his tactical planning was superior to Tygo's. Uh-oh. So the baddies had a positional advantage, but we outnumbered them because there was only 10 of them. So hopefully we got through okay. Yellow text is fine. That just means that the goblins are fighting with my dwarves, and it's going neutral. If it's blue, it means we win a fight. If it's purple, it means we die. The dwarf missed him, Tygo. The Archer Weavers. The Nourishment of Weavers entirely outwitted the Goblin Zom, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Yay! So after some skirmishing on the edges, we've managed to outwit them, which is good. The Goblin Amud's right foot was smashed by the dwarf Tygo. The Goblin Amund was struck down by Tygo. Good job, Tygo. The Summer of 170, the Goblin Uld, Parched Basins, second finger on their right hand, was smashed off by the dwarf Zuglar, which is good. The Armors of Twinkling, led by the dwarf Mistim Tygo, clashed with 24 trolls and Plague Flickers, slaying 5. The Armors of Twinkling, led by Tygo, once again, clashed with 19 trolls, slaying 5. And then Tygo, once again, clashed with 14 trolls in Plague Flicker, slaying 5. So not bad. We did come out on top, but they didn't actually manage to raise the camp that they were attacking, so I'll have to try next time. Sebastian, thanks for chucking out a gift, and it actually lands on one of my mods. Cheers, man. That's one of my mods, Nixumian. Cheers. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Sebastian chucking out a sub into the chat? Much appreciated, man. Cancels hunt because no ammunition. That means I need to unforbid some ammunition. Which is all of it. So something that I need to remember to do before we finish this fort is I need to drain this entirely. Because if I don't, it might put this water somewhere it's not supposed to be when I do reclaim this fort, and I will reclaim this fort after today. Also, Vinsati, that's your dwarf there. You're the broker, so you're the one that I'm making do all the trading. 21 kills. Man, all of those trolls. Okay, so you did kill trolls in Plague Flicker. An Etten, a human, a goblin, a goblin, a goblin. Stuff. Oh, Vin decided to go get a drink. Vin, do you want to come back? I need you. Personal maintenance. Well, welcome back. Welcome back. In the broker's doing something. Definitely going for a drink. Definitely seems to be that way. But yeah, I would say that this fort's been pretty successful. For lack of a better term. Quite happy with how it's gone. We've learned quite a bit about the world. I think your dwarf was one of the ones to fall in the fighting against a Forgotten Beasts mill. Like, mostly certain that you fell to a beastie. Like, actually, this might be the way to do it. Anyways. Wave depletion. Shadow Blade. Wes. The Were-Lizard. That Were-Lizard was amazing. Max the Infant. What? Tim's okay. Twin. Clowny Cobalt Navy. Hotman. Dragon. Disco. Lolosan. Raz. Silvershee. Last Gunslinger. I'm not seeing your name in here. I swear that you died. Mayhaps you didn't. Ander, Alamino, Gunslinger, Bob, Bonehead. There's too many dwarves, and I wish that there was an easier method of searching them in vanilla. That's one of the few things that I do like envy from people who use DF Hack is the ability to just search names, which I'm looking forward to very much so in the premium version. Yeah, you've passed away. I'm not sure where exactly, but you may have also, actually, you may have been one of the dwarves that died in the sieges against the goblins, because I've lost a few dwarves like that, and those bodies are never found or listed in the dead screen, so that might have happened to you. Ooh, looks like we are butchering a big thing. What is that? A jabberer. Well, would you look at that? We're butchering a jabberer. Apparently we got like dead jabberers now. You understood that part with export bans. You'll come up with more sophisticated questions concerning labor, etc. later. Yeah, no, feel free to just ask questions related to DF. Even if the question feels stupid when you're asking it, like, some things in DF are just needlessly obtuse to a point where it's just like, yeah, there's no such thing as a dumb question for DF, so just let me know when you got them. I'll do my best. Granite. Granite. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you can. You absolutely can. Because especially if they're put into a coffin, then they will just remain in the stock screen forever. One thing that I think is hilarious is this fort has been alive for about 15 years. And we're already at 1,500 dead. Like, at the rate we're going, we're going to stop getting migrants by year 30. I think it's kind of crazy, actually. To the point where, like, they really need to... Actually, hold up. Never mind. They actually, like, I think really need to fix that issue of, like, the hard cap of you getting migrants after 3,000 dead before the premium version. I don't know if it's really making the stream a tutorial. It's just kind of part of the job of streaming. Was helping people with this game. I mean, like the amount of time, like anybody who's been watching the stream for any like period of time that's longer than like a couple of weeks will know all the number of times I've like explained the basic visuals of the game to chat on stream. It's like, it's just kind of a constant thing I have to do. It's just part of the job, I suppose. But yeah, we're not really a tutorial stream. There's some people who stream like that. I don't really stream like that generally. But it's fine if it happens. Right, let's head back out and hit him again. Those guys plague flicker. Now attempt to raise. There they go again. Good luck, dwarves. Good luck. Tips on a mocha. Sounds tasty. Three times in the past week? Actually, I don't know if I've done it like too many times this week. Maybe like once. I think there was like one time I like did because I got a big raid from like Kiri, and I want to say I explained the visuals at that point, but like I had somebody ask, but I don't know. I haven't been asked that often in the last couple of days. I couldn't tell you the last time I had a mocha. To be honest. Probably like back when my ex worked at the coffee shop, because mochas are like a little bit too expensive to justify them. Oh, from your watching of the backlog? I mean, it's also possible I've done it more than 3 times this week and I just don't remember. That's also possible. My memory is not what it used to be, unfortunately. It's like drugs have done some wonderful things for my mental health, but they're not the greatest for my memory. Got plenty of open tombs. Nah, it's fine. Fine, man. How far through the backlogs are you even? Because I kind of don't envy anybody trying to watch through my backlogs because there's so much of it. Unless what you want is like piles of content for all eternity, at which point, yeah, then maybe it's probably great. But even like watching my DF update videos as an entertainment thing, there's a lot of them. Like I think I'm getting close to 100 of them, which is kind of crazy. Because largely they only post them every 2 weeks. Like, I think I've done like 80 or something of them now. 80 or 90. Still need to get through the podcasts and interviews. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I am, for me, my day-to-day consumption rate of content is a little bit crazy, I think, compared to what your average person can actually reasonably accomplish. It's exactly what you want, yeah. Not everybody is in the same position as me, but like I listen to so many podcasts, it's ridiculous. I listen to a lot of podcasts and I watch long YouTube videos. I also just realized I didn't end up watching a YouTube video last night that I wanted to watch. So I got an hour of entertainment for this evening. That's great. I got to watch Mike's news. Because I didn't watch news this week, or earlier this week, and I missed it live because I was recording a podcast at the time, so. Which means I get to watch news, which is great. Excited. You've watched through a 169 video long, nice playlist. Or videos are anywhere from 1 to 4 hours long as background noise. True. I mean, still, it's a lot of watch time and a lot of hours. That is a lot of time spent. I mean, like, I was talking with Jess, one of my teammates, and she was talking about how she can't listen to podcasts because she gets distracted if there isn't a video portion. And then she gets frustrated because she gets distracted from the audio and then misses parts of the video and then gets, like, annoyed at that. Whereas me, it's like, podcasts are great because I can, like, halfway, like, stop paying attention to them and then phase back into existence and pay attention to them. Speaking of podcasts, a new episode of my podcast came out this morning. I edited last night. Yesterday was such a long work day. It was ridiculous. I streamed for, it was like 9.5 hours yesterday. And then in the evening, after I finished streaming, I immediately went and turned on, like, my editing software and proceeded to edit, and then proceeded to edit, like, a lot of video and audio. I edited the whole podcast and uploaded it this morning. Listening is a skill and you lose it if you don't exercise it. I think listening to audio is kind of like reading, where if you are used to listening to audio for long periods of time, you get very good at it. If you're only used to watching a video and you're not used to just listening to audio, it gets harder. Yeah, like, for me, reading is really difficult because I don't do it very often because I need large print to be able to read comfortably. And getting books in large print is expensive. And I have some money, and I'm very thankful for that, but I don't have enough money to be able to afford large prints of books. Remember the last large print book I actually read was Harry Potter Book 7? It was like... It was like, I'm not even joking when I say that it was about this thick and the size of a coffee table book. It was like $600 for that fucking book. We didn't even buy it. We got it from the library. But I remember looking them up, and it was close to that much for the large print version. Back when books existed, before they were all just digibooks. I can't remember the last book you actually read. This is the last book this is the book I'm reading. So, and I was reading some of that last night. A gremlin! Wonder if that's the same gremlin as earlier. The thing is, this gremlin actually peeked through the door this time. I could stab it to death, but I choose to live and let live. Run away, little green friend. Please don't try and pull my levers. Sometimes you get to discover a new song whenever you like the song you're listening to. Yeah. Do you know how to cage trap a gremlin, Red Octopower? I'm just out of curiosity. Like, do you know the steps that you need to take to do it? So they're trap avoid. So there's two ways you can catch something in a trap avoid creature in a trap. Option number one, there has to be, and this is only an if, there has to be a cobweb on the trap. And then if they trip on the cobweb or get caught in the cobweb on the trap, they'll get caught in the cage trap. That's bug number one that'll allow you to do it. Bug number two, for trap avoid creatures, and so this is like forgotten beasts, gremlins, etc. Bug number two to do it is you have to knock them into the trap via dust or a shock. So essentially you need to have a controlled cave-in around it. And I can't be asked. I'm sorry, I can't. It's just, bleh, too much effort. I just explained the trap exploit to you. Like, which trap exploit are you referring to? I also, like, don't like using exploits for things like that. Why did it stop following? Oh, it's using a trap to make dwarves stronger? You mean danger rooms? That's not a trap exploit. They are bugs because it's not supposed to be possible to catch trap avoid creatures in traps. Uma! Ooh. We must have released a prisoner. Because warmth holes, that's a weird name, wants to reside in hot beers for the purpose of sanctuary. Who are you? Human Maceman. Sure. So this must have been a prisoner that was released from one of the places that we raided. Oh, Plague Flicker. It must have been Plague Flicker. This human has killed a lot of humans in Plague Flicker. Interesting. Dowers a rule and rarely feels discouraged and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Tends to reveal personal information, has a sense of duty, though he finds this can conflict with his sense of independence, and he tries to keep his things orderly. Now, does anybody want to be this human? And the reason I ask is this human may have had an interesting story. I'm actually just going to interrogate this human real quick. Although I know that it's unrelated to this disorderly conduct, but we have it right here. So I'm going to interrogate him. Ducky? Wants it? Alrighty, Ducky, you can have it. Name him Zingo. The problem is I won't remember who Zingo is, and I like to name them after viewers so that I can have like some like reality memory of who that person is. Otherwise, they're just, you know, a random unknowable person that I will forget. And at that point, then I might as well just leave them as the default name. All right, so let's interrogate you and then imprison you for those. You'll change your name to something more readable later. Well, let me know when you do that. So this is Yumu. And you, which is going to be Ducky. Ducky, you are the human. And you feel satisfied after being granted residency and interested near a fine table. So I'm assuming that this person was a prisoner in that goblin fort, and we must have released him as part of it. That or he was, like, imprisoned there and living there for a long time. It's a member of the Tempered Council and a former member of the Yawning Dungeons and a former member of Hearthperson of the Tempted Council, or a former Hearthperson of the Tempted Council, so it must be a religious group. Interesting. Incredibly skinny. Doesn't have a beard, so can't have lived with dwarves. Interesting. Interesting. It's one of the few times I will always allow people to stay in my fort is for the purpose of sanctuary. But we're going to give them an interrogation anyway, because like that's part of living here. You move in, you get interrogated. We're gonna figure out who you are and why you want to live here. Captain of the Guard is loading a cage trap currently, so we'll let him do that. Do you normally go by Zingo on other platforms, Epic? Since you mentioned it. But yeah, changing your name on Twitch is pretty easy. You can do it every, I think, 6 months. But just note that when you change your name on Twitch, you can't change it back. For like a year, because they put the name on lock for a bit, but people don't snipe people's names. So you have to wait for it to become more common. Again, need to wait for them to release it. All right. Why are you moving so slowly? Right, you're carrying a cage. But I kind of figured this dwarf would be stronger than this cage that he's hauling. Doo-doo-doo. Curious which cage you're walking to. Did I set up cages over here? Oh, okay. You must be running all the way over to the little bridge there on the right, because there's some cage traps all the way over here. That's probably where he's heading. There's a bunch of clothing back there. Should unforbid that. Is that a honey badger? That's a honey badger. Dangerous little honey badgers. Honey badgers are hilarious because they're pretty weak in Dwarf Fortress, but they're also like permanently aggroed to all of your dwarves all the time and always just want to attack you, which I genuinely find super funny. Very cool. It's kind of fun when you open up the caverns finally after leaving them like partially open for so long, because all of a sudden they just become like, oh, there's just dwarves carrying corpses out of this area for the next like week, which is usually how that goes. Did I miss that? Yes, I did. Don't really want to slaughter that cat. That's fine. Dingo can get slaughtered, though. Dingo we don't need. Cat can get slaughtered. Cat doesn't need to be slaughtered. Dingo can. How are we doing on various bars? Well, let's just make silver Warhammer, and let's just make like 200 of them. Let's just make a whole ton of silver Warhammers, and just hopefully have some really, really nice silver Warhammers around the fort in a little bit. That other memorial carved. At the very least, you know, we'll be able to go get a nice silver Warhammer for an adventurer or something. Let's go back to working on up here. But yeah, kind of winding back to the earlier conversation, I don't really like using anything that could be considered an exploit for Dwarf Fortress. Just because, like, this game is so... The enjoyment for this game, for me, is so baked into its kind of roleplay structure. The second I start using things that feel like exploits or feel cheaty, it kind of just breaks the believability of it for my brain and makes the game harder to justify logically in my head, and it becomes less interesting because of that. I don't know if that's just me being annoyingly picky or if it's the way the game works, but whenever a game is like largely roleplay, it's like when a thing falls out of in my headcanon what is possible, it stops being as fun and just kind of starts to feel cheaty, if that makes sense. So a lot of things that people refer to as exploits, I just, even if I'm aware of them, just won't do them by default because they just kind of takes away from the experience for me. That being said, I totally get why a lot of people use various things that are referred to as exploits. I do get it. Makes sense. Dwarf Fortress to me is all about like just me getting way too deep into caring about what these little characters are saying and feeling, so. You still loading that goddamn cage trap? Come on, man. This poor dwarf. This dwarf's gonna need to chug a whole barrel of alcohol by the time you're finished. Honey badger is fighting. It was inevitable. Why? What's wrong with the height of elves? Pretty much, Aqua. Yeah. Pretty much. Ow. So migrants have arrived. I thought it was jumping to the honey badger. Who is overcome with terror, by the way. Looks like we got 3 crafts dwarves. Potter, a woodcrafter, and a glazer. So you're saying that the elves are too short? I have a question. Why do elves need to be tall? Genuine question. Why do elves need to be tall? Yes, but elves climb trees. Also looks like my squad's just returned as well. I was like, that's a mighty big migrant wave. No, it's just my squads have returned. Tygo led the attack. And Mistim Tygo. Wow, Tygo unrolled a brilliant tactical plan. A brilliant tactical plan. And the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Plague Flicker. Looks like we... they clashed with 9 trolls and we slayed them. Then we looted treasure and livestock. And then we rampaged throughout Plague Flicker, and Plague Flicker is now destroyed from the looks of things. Let's double check. Wilt monsters. Menace dungeons. Where's Plague Flicker? Alright, so that's another one that's dead, but it's just not showing up as dead on the map. So let's go after this one next. But we will give them a little bit of time to take a break. And as for report, we got a bunch of beak dogs, silver bus, a naff sock. So you're getting used to that elf depiction nonetheless? I think I think that there's a few things that you need to remember about Dwarf Fortress that's unique to Dwarf Fortress that really isn't the case in a lot of other fantasy, right? In a lot of fantasy, dwarves are very much underground-only dwelling creatures. Like, they live super duper deep in the mines and never come out. That's not the case in Dwarf Fortress at all. In fact, in Dwarf Fortress, it's largely the opposite. Circumventing, like, the standards of traditional fantasy is one of the best things Dwarf Fortress does, in my opinion. I think that a lot of those fantasy tropes are very much rot and boring, especially when they're done the same way. And anybody who can take those fantasy tropes and present them differently in a unique fashion that's still fun and exciting, I think is one of the most important and interesting things that you can do as a creator making a fantasy world, is do it differently, do it uniquely, throw a wrench into the... Like, one of the reasons why Skyrim's world is interesting, or the Elder Scrolls world is interesting, is because they have a lot of races and do things in different ways to kind of offset the expectation of what people normally expect to see from a fantasy world, which change things. Are they any good in a player fort? They taste delicious. We currently have a bunch of beak dogs, in fact, and I am going to set them all to be butchered. Like I said, they taste delicious. Also got some more naked mole dogs. Yeah, getting beak dogs is super easy. I mean, I think you can war train them? No, we can't war train them. Yeah, they're basically just a livestock. They're like a cow. Yeah, absolutely. Which is why Elder Scrolls is kind of neat, because Elder Scrolls, it has like the cat people and other things that not a lot of fantasy worlds have, but like they also just like subvert expectations enough that it's interesting. And I think that the elves in Dwarf Fortress largely being like a conniving wood-based hippie group that will threaten you if you hurt their forests, also being short and skinny, is kind of fun. So I don't know. I like the way the elves work in Dwarf Fortress because it subverts expectations, and I think subverting expectations is the coolest thing you can do with a piece of media. This dwarf is, or Rhinestone, my captain of the guard, is sleeping, and then he's gonna go interrogate that human that just joined the fort. I wouldn't say Skyrim is an excellent game. I think that the Elder Scrolls series of games have been largely diminishing returns over the years. Similar ways that, like, how I was literally just talking about Soul Ash earlier today. Soul Ash is a solidly okay game that has a lot of potential that mods may fix, or maybe the developer will fix. And I would say that Skyrim is very similar to that, where it's a solidly okay game that had a lot of potential that unfortunately is let down by poor design decisions and bugs. But because of the modding community, Skyrim is a phenomenal modding sandbox. Oblivion was the beginning of the end of the good games that Bethesda makes. No, scratch that. Morrowind was the beginning of the end of the good games that Bethesda's made. I don't believe they've made a good game since Morrowind. And you can't change my mind on that. They've just made consistently worse modding sandboxes. But that's my opinion. Because they are not the super long-lived, super refined species of tall men. But mud people obeying the whims of their home forests that could be very well near feral closet druids. Yeah, they're much more like druid-y than... they're much more druid-y than... white supremacist-y. You know what I mean? You loved Morrowind, but the archery was so weird. There's a lot of things that are weird about Morrowind. An old game, but it's the last good game that they made. Ever since then, Bethesda's only made okay to bad games. Fallout, pretty bad. Skyrim, okay. It's a pity they've never made an RPG, though. All right, so we're arresting this dwarf currently. And then we're going to go speak with that human. You can't wait for Tarn and Zach to make the story generation so good DF will write books for them. I mean, we already kind of have that. It's just very bland. Although if you want a game that writes books for you, you got to play Caves of Cud. Because that game literally does write books for you. Although half of them make no sense. But when they do. I mean, there's lots of things in Skyrim that are fun. But there's lots of things in not very good video games that are fun. It's like, for me, I played like 100 hours of Skyrim. Skyrim is very much like a 6 out of 10 to 5 out of 10 for me. It's like, I played it because it was there and I got it for Christmas. Do I have any desire to ever play Skyrim again? Abso-fucking-lutely not. And Skyrim also confirmed in my brain that I never really want to play a Bethesda game again. I mean, I got the story of that Lady Necromancer who just kept Lady Necromancer Queen who just murdered all of her who got married 4 times a year, plotted to assassinate her husbands and then res them as zombies and added them to her army. On repeat for like several hundred years, which was pretty great until going to war with my dwarves, and then we went to war with her and destroyed her tower, and it was a good time. It was a good time. All right, so that dwarf's been put in prison. Now you're going to go eat food, and once you're done eating food, you're going to go interrogate our human. And then we'll find out if that human is a boon to the fortress or not. What are you eating, dwarf? Char? Shoutouts to this dwarf because they've got this dwarf that we're watching right now has an injury that was sewn shut with adamantine strands. It's a very, very expensive stitch job you got there. Dwarf got the expensive meds. I guess he's the captain of the guard. Probably has good health care. It's got a bigger office than the mayor, frankly. All right, let's go hit another goblin site. Let's go after... Well, actually, didn't I already have one? Yes. We're going to go interrogate Ducky now. We'll see how this goes. Nothing scares the realm of Armagh more than a fortress of a knowledge with basic defense. Yes. But yeah, also, when I talk about Bethesda games, like, I'm not saying you guys can't enjoy them. By all means, enjoy Bethesda games. They're fine. But they're just, they don't do anything interesting anymore. It's been a long time since they've done something interesting. It'd be really nice to see Starfield do something interesting, even though I probably won't play it. Ducky, the human got interrogated. This is the prisoner that we freed, and they don't seem to have any information for us. So they must have like legitimately been imprisoned by goblins. Always got to make sure that they weren't like an assassin or something, or something that's bad, or somebody who was there plotting to like infiltrate the goblins to destroy them from within, because those people could be pretty dangerous for us. They're garbage games, but fun garbage games. Oh yeah, no, I mean like House Flipper's a fun game. House Flipper's a terrible fucking game. Like, House Flipper is a bad game, and you can't change my mind. It is a badly made bad game. But it's an entertaining, badly made bad game. So, we're going to go up to this layer, too. I'm just mining out adamantine. Don't mind me. Where was that spire up here? Oh, it was so close. I know it was around here in this general vicinity. Oh, maybe it was over here. I know that there was an adamantine spire in this area. I just... having trouble spotting it now. Ah, there it is. It's in the middle of my screen. It's right here. It's an idea. I think I could just, like, mine this whole one out. Let's hope that this doesn't go bad. If this goes bad, we get deadified. Evening Stone, how are you? Hope you've had a good Sunday. Today's Sunday, right? Shit. Yes, today's Sunday. Cutest, what did you just post a screenshot of in my Discord? Care to explain? I'm staring at this screenshot and I don't understand it. Why is it... Why, what? That's all I have to say. Hello, Mr. Hatch. My phone's going off. Why is my phone going off? Change your name. So is that, are you the incomprehensible name from previous? My phone went off because it was notifying me that a post of mine got 100 upvotes on Reddit. Just something you found on YouTube? Okay. It's just such a strange YouTube account that's, like, doing that. All right, so your name previously was Epic something, right? Well, actually, I'm not even going to bother swapping it over. I would, but, like, I'm updating to a new bot tomorrow. So, also, my bot currently isn't in, like, giving you tickets, and it isn't counting hours, I don't think. So, keep that in mind. But hopefully next stream, which will be... Actually, maybe it is giving tickets. I don't know. Hopefully next stream, we'll have it fixed. The bot, we'll have a new bot by next stream, which will be Tuesday, because I'm going to do that tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to do my taxes and set up a new Twitch bot. That is the plan for tomorrow. Right, so this right here we need to smooth, and we need to peek inside of this. And then I need to turn off automation, but we can just mine this out. Strand, there we go. It's doing both, at least for you. All right, then it's working. It didn't work for a couple days. Like, Twitch keeps, like, turning off and turning on APIs to, like, some things work some days and some things don't work other days. Robot is old. Robot really hasn't received an update since earlier this year. Oh, no, Axon's throwing a tantrum. That's unfortunate, Axon. Why would you do such a terrible, stupid thing? What do you want? You want to pray? You want to practice martial art? You want to be around friends? You know, I'm just going to make you into a performer at the Watchful Chasm. Let you go sing or something once you're done getting yourself a prison sentence. I'm not telling you to get into more games. Nobody's telling you to get into more games. We're just talking. Just because, like, the discussion of a game is happening doesn't mean that you are, by law, like, required to try it out. Or anything. Discussions of games happen all the time that you don't need to play. It's kind of how it read. I'm not sure how you meant it, but... Tried to play RimWorld and only got four people before eventual death. They have the losing is fun difficulty option, which you always chose because, you know, well, I mean, I'm not going to criticize. Today's not a day where I have the energy to talk about my issues with RimWorld. Today is not that day. Some days are that day. Today is not that day. It's also not a very good representation of Dwarf Fortress. If you want to play a game that's more Dwarfy-like, but also has graphics and such, I'd recommend either Odd Realm or No Moria, even though No Moria is kind of bad. It's a lot closer to what Dwarf Fortress is like than RimWorld. RimWorld is very, very, very different. Talking about like RimWorld in comparison to Dwarf Fortress is kind of like talking about Star Citizen in comparison to Star Sector. It's like, yeah, they're both space games. They're both interesting and unique in their own way. They're both bad in their own way. But they both have their benefits. What about Conquest of Elysium? Conquest of Elysium is a match-based strategy game like Civilization. It's like a 4X to a degree. Spoils report. More beak dogs and more random crab. How'd the actual fighting go? The Crimson Pulley attacked the squeezing ruthlessness and the hate of praises, and the dwarf Mistim Tigozar led the Ochur nourishment of the weavers led the attack, and the defenders were led by the elf Lima. Elf? The dwarf Mistim Tigozar outmatched the elf with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The golden standards in the the golden standards ably led by the dwarf Zasset clashed with 25 trolls, slaying 9. The goblin Orizan's lower right back tooth was smashed by the dwarf Tubal. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much on the merc. But the way I always put it is, RimWorld is a game that tried really hard to be like Dwarf Fortress and accidentally ended up being something else. It's great for what it is, but it's so far removed from Dwarf Fortress that it's maybe not fair to compare the two anymore. And even like the creator has said as much. Like, Tynan is out there publicly in interviews stating that he actively failed in creating what he was trying to create and ended up creating something else that was incredibly successful, but it's not what he wanted to make. He wanted to make Dwarf Fortress, and instead he made a min-maxing strategy game, which is, you know, huge market. A lot of people like that stuff. Goblin Bax's lower front tooth was smashed. Lots of lower front teeth being smashed. A lot of, like, chin punches, it looks like. A nose was smashed by Dusum. The Goblin Zolak's upper arm was smashed by Pink Fluffy Llama. The Z levels aren't what make Dwarf Fortress, though. What makes Dwarf Fortress interesting is its ability to generate a world and a convincing narrative. Z levels are not what make that interesting. You can make a game that generates a convincing narrative without Z levels. You don't need Z levels. The Z levels are not what make Dwarf Fortress Dwarf Fortress. What makes Dwarf Fortress Dwarf Fortress is the world, the ability it has to generate a world, and the ability that it has to convincingly generate a world with characters in it time and time again that always feel unique and interesting without seeing repetition. RimWorld is capable of telling maybe a dozen stories, and they usually end with either you escaping from the planet, everybody dying, or one of the 2 DLC endings. Whereas Dwarf Fortress has exponentially larger numbers of stories. Stories. So, in the late summer of 170, the forces of the Sweltering Sand rampaged throughout Bridgefield, and we seized livestock, and My Love was looted, which is a book. Journey into the Elf, I don't want to, thanks, was also looted, which is another book. Against Expungust Find Ticks was looted, another book. The Forest, My Love, was looted. I think that this was a bunch of elves that were converted into goblinism. Because magma is the solution to everything. I mean, by that description, then so is Minecraft, but I suppose. But the one thing RimWorld does is it has a huge audience, which allows me and my team to organize a very large charity event every year, which is great. Speaking of charity, because that's something that I've been babbling about this morning. I mean, a lot of people do without realizing it. Like, I've definitely seen people who don't know how to play the game amateur playing Dwarf Fortress without actually going down Z levels. I've definitely seen people doing that. It's not that it's a challenge, it's just, it's boring. Good morning, you'll be lurking. Alrighty, Tele, enjoy your lurks. Almost afternoon here. 5 minutes till afternoon, actually. 6 minutes, technically. It's five. We're 5-2. Also, thank you very much to everybody who's tuning in. Another busy day again today. But, yeah, I don't know. DF is just kind of Dwarf Fortress, and there really isn't anything that's easy to compare to Dwarf Fortress. Not going to stop people from trying, though. The one thing that will, like, non-stop perplex me about Dwarf Fortress is, like, I was watching a stream this morning, and after I popped a resub, he gave me a shout and says, Blind's the guy who streams Dwarf Fortress, which is a game that I'm legitimately terrified of streaming. And it's sitting there kind of going, like, why in the world are you terrified of streaming Dwarf Fortress? It's like, I don't get why people are so, like, vehemently afraid of this game. Like, there's just this fear associated with Dwarf Fortress that I don't fully understand. What's even funnier is, like, the person who is saying this is Cat on Mars, who is notorious for playing very difficult games at incredibly high levels, and at the time was playing Elden Ring, underleveled in a zone that he wasn't supposed to be at yet, running around, like, grinding bosses down. And it's like, I guess they don't want to look clueless. I think that people just have, like, their comfort level, and I think that ASCII is above a lot of people's comfort level. I think that's just what it is. Like, some people, like, are made uncomfortable by ASCII, which I think is kind of funny. So that seems safe, meaning we can mine that out. We can also mine this out. Probably also mine this out, but I think I will simply peek through first. You stayed away because of the UI, not the game. The game's extremely easy. Like, Dwarf Fortress is an easy game. And it's the only way I can put it. It's a very obtuse game, but it's easy. It's just like playing SS13 is easy. But learning how to light a cigarette without setting your hair on fire in that game is very difficult. Very difficult, because of the very specific order in which you need to click 8 buttons. You just want a good ASCII tile set? Mine looks promising. I mean, it's right here. Absolutely, Mist Runner. I mean, like, when it comes to games that have worse UIs, I always like to just point at Aurora 4X, but I mean, games like this, games like this, and their difficulty to play are not really, Nasty Devil. That's so funny. The Dark Human Pits of Nasty Devil. Yeah. Where am I sending you guys to? The Goblin Fort. Alice Tick and Plague Flicker. Bridge Fiend! We can go for Bridge Fiend. Go raise another fort. It's not the ASCII. You've played Angband and the Old Tome, but rather, I'm not. Okay, it does that. It's not ASCII specifically for everyone, but it is definitely ASCII for a lot of people. Extract metal strands and wafer. but rather the lack of mouse input for doing things in real time. It overtakes what you're able to pay attention to at once. Yeah, no, that's fair. Excuse me. But I think that the ASCII and the this Dwarf's just carrying a forgotten beast corpse. I think that ASCII and the lack of mouse commands kind of go hand in hand. Oopsies. That's not what I wanted to do, actually. I'm smoothing these walls and carving fortifications first because it lets us peer through and see what's behind them. And being able to see what's behind them exposes possible portals into a danger zone. But no, like that's the thing, right? Dwarf Fortress doesn't have a lot of steep... Like, see, that's where we disagree. Dwarf Fortress doesn't have a lot of steep learning curves, in my opinion. What it does have is a very obtuse control scheme. And I do genuinely believe that there is a massive difference between a game having a high learning curve and having an obtuse control scheme. Right? Like... Just as an example, it's like... I would say Europa... What am I doing wrong here? Oh, I see, I'm automating. Europa Universalis has a high learning curve. But in a simple control scheme, you use the mouse. Dwarf Fortress has a learning curve, but I wouldn't say it's high. It's tricky, but it's high. But all... Like, the learning of that learning curve is made worse because of the obtuseness of it. So if it was less obtuse, that learning curve becomes dramatically lower. The majority of the learning curve is the controls, the UI, and your options, which isn't what's difficult about the game at all. That's kind of where I disagree. It's also kind of semantics at a point, so... I like how we're just, like, layering analogies on top of analogies on top of analogies to talk about Dwarf Fortress, but yeah. I don't disagree. Nope. This end bit we can go through pretty safely. We can go through this gem. And actually need to dig a second down stair. Are there any rumors about multi-tile creatures in the Steam release, maybe? No, in fact, there's confirmations of that probably never happening, so I don't know where those rumors keep coming from. Like, multi-tile creatures are something that we'll probably never get in Dwarf Fortress. I can just say that pretty confidently at this point. At the very least, not in this version. You learned in 40D when military was deeply annoying to get, and there was plenty of guides in the wiki to help you. Not to mention the community forum is always willing to answer questions. Yeah, totally. I think, I don't know. I think learning something like Dark Souls is the exact same kind of learning curve as Dwarf Fortress. If you're just willing to put the time in, it's not bad at all. Like, I feel the same way that a lot of people who play, you know, Dark Souls and stuff like that feel when I talk about Dwarf Fortress. Because, like, I know it's not difficult to learn. But I also realize that the majority of people who play games are not willing to put that amount of time in to a game like this, necessarily. Unlikely, Mr. Hatch. I don't think you'll see any major feature changes for Dwarf Fortress until after the premium release is complete. And by that, I mean after Fortress mode is in the premium release, adventure mode is in the premium release, and DF Classic is updated and ready to go and has the same features as premium, then you're going to start seeing new updates. So for people who've been playing Dwarf Fortress for a really long time, we're not going to see new features until the premium release is done. And then the new features we're going to see is Villains Part 2, which are the features that are making adventure mode more exciting and interesting. So I will honestly say that it's probably going to be, for us who've played this game a lot, probably years before we really see new features. Also, I'm going to do something really ballsy. Actually, no, I'm not going to do the thing. I was thinking about doing a controlled cave-in to try and get one more tile of adamantine, but I don't think it's worth it. I think it'd be easier to just pour water on a thing. As a kind of novice player, you can say the wiki helps a lot. The wiki is like your best learning tool for Dwarf Fortress, and the scary part about the wiki is that a lot of tutorials on YouTube are literally just reading the wiki word for word. So it's like you're better off just reading the wiki in a lot of cases. That newer ones aren't necessary? Okay. I mean, I tend to kind of be in that realm of feeling too, that new features aren't necessarily needed. But a lot of people would disagree with you. I tend to be in that camp, though. It's on and off and you play super slowly. Yeah. Some tutorials call you nitwits. Yes, this is true. Or maybe not some, but a particular tutorial calls you a nitwit and mumbles unintelligibly. There is definitely one that does. That's definitely a portal to hell right there. Outpost Liaison has arrived, as well as my siege forces. Turned once again. Seems like Taiga led the attack again and outmatched the Goblin with a cunning plan. And the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Bridge Fiend. Just to see it with giggles. I don't want to out anybody specific, but there are several. But literally, just like pop open the wiki and just go through like the most popular YouTube tutorials for Dwarf Fortress, and you'll start finding them pretty quickly. Like there's a handful of tutorials on YouTube that literally just use the wiki as a script, which I think it's fine. Like if someone learns better with a visual assist, I can see the benefit there. I just think it's kind of amazing that people are just like, no, I need YouTube tutorials. It's like, you realize they're literally just reading the wiki out loud for you with some gameplay in the background. But I guess that's also like, you know, the easy way of doing a tutorial, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like that's totally fine. You can absolutely do that. But it's like a little weird. InWiki is mid-game tutorial or something like that. If you want mid-game / late-game tutorials, Tekud and Salford Sal are probably your best bets for YouTube tutorials. But yeah, the wiki doesn't have like a mid-game tutorial thing. At that point, like the wiki kind of expects that you understand the game well enough that you like look up a specific page and just read how to do the thing on that specific page. But anyway, the forces of the Sweltering Sand rampage throughout Bridge Fiend in the early autumn of 170. And what did we get for loot? Spoils report. More beak dogs. Excellent. More dinner. We're eating so many beak dog spleens. So many beak dog spleens. Let my dwarves come back in. Yeah, tutorials are really hard to make. I don't envy anybody who makes tutorials. Which means I won't envy myself when I do get access to the premium release, because you bet your ass I'm going to be making at least a couple of tutorials. Like, I will absolutely do, like, a how to start a fortress kind of tutorial, like a basic world gen explanation tutorial, a basic Legends mode walkthrough tutorial, and, like, that sort of stuff. Like, I will absolutely do that, but not going to be doing anything advanced. I'll probably also redo a lot of my, like, quick tips videos, because if you go to my YouTube channel, I've got a lot of, like, 1 to 2 minute videos about, like, how to do this thing, how to do this thing, how to do this thing, like, just with a brief explanation, which is kind of what I do best. Like, I can explain a thing and show you, but I don't really want to make a 45-page essay about how to do the thing. Like, I believe that you are capable of figuring it out usually. No. It's a real drain. Yes, it is. A real drain as opposed to, you know, a false drain. You wouldn't want a false drain, because then when you try and drain water, it just, like, floods your basement. It's the worst kind of drain. Also known as a plug drain. We're working on this silly thing. It's taking time, though. In pursuit of the Dark Fortress. Journey into the Elf is a 35-page essay entitled Journey into the Elf, authored by Zuspkas Feindtix. It concerns the apprenticeship of the Goblin Zuspras under the Elf Auque Chance Queens in the midwinter of 108. The writing is quite cruel. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. It's a terrible book about a goblin being the apprentice of an elf. Journey to the Dark Fortress is an 89-page guide entitled The Pursuit of the Dark Fortress, authored by Asno Tickwillitz. It concerns the fortress of Dreadful Hobble. That sounds awful. The writing is reasonably serious, yet it has a hint of viciousness to it. Overall, it's amateurish at best. Gotta love an amateur prose. Pretty accurately describes my writing ability, though. Amateur prose. That's a lot of beak dogs. I recommend something, Hatch. Go to the Bay 12 Games website and click on development. Yeah. Go to the Bay 12 Games website and click on this tab, development. I mean, this is the default one, right? The download tab. But go to development. Scroll down. This is everything they're planning on expanding, adding, and developing. So you want to get a pretty good idea of things that they're working on. 10 partially done, done next release, done and finished, under or an upcoming development. So, you want to know what they're going to add to Dwarf Fortress? Well, this should give you a pretty decent idea. Didn't they say half that list is outdated? Yes, but it'll give you an idea. But yes, portions of that list are indeed outdated. You know, it's actually very funny to me looking at this Reddit thread right here. Because they're trying to figure out the portion of the interview that I bleeped out, because I did bleep out part of it, because they said something in this interview that they're not supposed to say yet, which I now know. But so does the people who watched live. But I bleeped it out for the actual interview. The reason I think it's really funny is because that VOD is still on my channel, unedited. Just go watch the VOD and it'll be right there. Nobody in that thread has thought to do that yet. There's also a clip on this channel of what that spoiler is. Nobody's linked it yet. And I'm sitting here just like staring at this thread, just like giggling to myself. I don't want to say that you guys are like real bad internet detectives, but you guys are really bad. Like, there are places on Reddit where like Reddit detectives can get like scary good. The Dwarf Fortress subreddit, not the best Reddit detectives. No offense, guys, but you're not the best Reddit detectives. Come on. Come on. /r UFOs are way better than you guys. Animal, the Mace Lord has bestowed a name upon a silver mace. That's not interesting. All caps, pardon? Wait, what happened? I don't know. Here, I'll link the clip. I'll link the clip. I'm not deleting the clip or anything, so it's like, it's right there. It's just people need to know to click it. People just need to know what to look for. In fact, the person who clipped it in chat is right here. So. Should work. Nope. Here. Twitch clips links are weird. Oh. Just watching the VOD is not interesting? Sure. But it'll answer those people's question. You fail to see why that's such a big reveal? I don't want to talk about it too much, but I know why it's a big reveal. Music sells games. Depending on who's writing it. So, yes, that's a pretty big reveal. Maybe not the, like, certainly not, like, you know, the biggest reveal in the world, but it's a reveal, and it's a cool reveal. Yes. Octo. Yes. Hmm. Now that would shock me, but also not who I would want. I do have like a wish list in my mind, but I won't say. Oh shit! I have follower emotes. Bruh. Like literally, you know what I just received? A notification on my Twitch dashboard that's like, you have had follower emotes unlocked. How long has like most of Twitch had follower emotes and I haven't? Well. Great. That rollout was slow? Yeah. You can tell me. I actually, like, sent them... What do you call it? I sent them a support ticket, like, 3 weeks ago, asking when I was going to get my follower emotes, and their response was, you should be getting them shortly. That was, like, 3 weeks ago I sent that. The hell? I guess I'll figure out what to do with that tomorrow. Chat, what should we do for follower emotes? Should we just, like, make, like, a variation in the beer emote? Or something? You're kind of excited for that little scrub? Right, it's good, isn't it? My god. It was a screw-up that was also an accidental, oh my god, exciting teaser. You know what I mean? Like, that's a good thing to tease. It's a good tease. I like it. I'm excited. You should be getting them shortly. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Although it's really funny whenever I DM Twitch support, because it's almost always somebody that I know. Like, whenever I reach out, like, with a support ticket or something to Twitch, it's always like I get a response from somebody that I've, like, had beers with at a convention previously, and they're like, hi, Greg. Sorry. That's almost always what I get. This one was just like a person I didn't recognize, and it was just like, yeah, we're working on those shortly. Bearded followers are more skulls or dwarfs for subs or something? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Because those are emotes that are only usable in this channel, right? So. You know what we could do? We could have, like, a dwarf emote, and then just make the rest different weapons. So we could have, like, swords, and so we could have, like, a sword, a pickaxe. I don't know. Maybe that's not a good idea. I don't know, because I already have crypt pick. I'll think about it. I think maybe a different beer emote, because I'm keeping that beer emote. Maybe do like a... Because I don't really want the beer emote to be exclusive to followers. I mean, unless we just have them both. Could just have the same beer emote also available to followers. It's kind of thinking about giving them, like, different additions to, like, make combos, but I don't know how well that would work. God, that's a lot of shit to trade. Yeah, kind of like that, cutest, exactly. Hey, Wendigo, you're still my mayor. You just got reelected. You're very happy about this. Barrel of ale emote for veterans. Yeah, maybe like a keg emote or something. I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Yeah, the beer part is a little bit more active, but I don't know. I'll think about it. A barrow? A barrow? What's a barrow? That or we could make some additions to these, which are kind of stupid, but... Because I do have the paywalls that you get for throwing money at the stream. But I don't know if those would necessarily work as a good incentive. That thread is so funny. Let's take all of the medals. Dwarf in a keg? Oh, like a dwarf in a barrel? Maybe. That or like a kobold running away with a sack. We could have a crypt snatcher, which could be a follower emote. Hey, a dwarven child has become possessed. Look at this. Little kiddo. Ah, there you are. I think Crypt Snatcher would probably make a pretty good follower emote. I don't know. I'll think about it. But apparently I have access to follower emotes now, which is very strange. Kiddo has claimed a craft dwarf shop. Small dwarf sitting in a beer mug. So I was thinking about Dwarf Fortress merch ideas. What if there's just a plain mug? Just a completely plain mug. It doesn't have anything on it. But at the bottom is a drowned dwarf. Like the bottom is just like, you know, like the little dwarf icon, but like with a red background. So like you just sit there and you drink your coffee, and there's a dead dwarf at the bottom of it. But a dwarfy version of me wouldn't have a beard, which would be a shameful thing indeed for a boy dwarf to shave their beard. Oh, damn! The Umber Communion has many worshippers and hot beards and now requires a temple and a priest. Cool. All right. Well, we have a project now. We have to make a temple and provide a priest for the Umber Communion, or Umber Union, I think was the name. You would want that? I don't know how we would draw a dwarf version of me, but... What god do they follow? We'll find out once I build the temple. I'm going to build the temple first. But I guess I could just go one tile zone. Damn, that's a lot of gods. God of mountains. The new creed. God, there's so many gods in this fort. It's ridiculous. These are all of the gods in this fort. All of the darker colored ones are the religion. The lighter colored ones are gods. But the Umber Communion has 10 worshippers, and it's the god of mountain. It's definitely nothing about water. Why would dwarves have a god about water? That makes no sense. Unfortunately, it's like the most basic dwarfy god, where it's just like, yeah, it's the god of mountains. All right, let's follow child first. One temperature revealed message at the bottom of the outer wall of the mug. Urist McDrewer has been found dead. Yeah. Yeah, you could do it. You could definitely do it. I would buy that mug. Just a dead dwarf at the bottom of your mug. Nobody would understand it. Crypt what on Discord kind of looks like a dwarf icon. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't like my face being in emotes. And I have a personal reason as to why. But I don't really like my face being in emotes. I'm probably never going to have emotes that are just my face on Twitch. Mostly because you never know what they're going to be used for and how they're going to be used, and I don't really want to be associated with somebody if they go be silly. Like, if a piece of artwork gets associated with something bad, then I can just get new artwork. But if my face gets associated with something I don't want associated with it, it's really hard to, like, disconnect that. Which is why I'm like, I've always been kind of iffy about having my face as an emote. I don't know if it's necessarily a necessary concern, but for me, it's a concern. You know, it's part of the reason why Dan's Gaming changed all of his emotes from pictures of his face to other things, is because some of the pictures of his face started getting used alongside of people being negative, and it's like, as a stream gets bigger, it's harder. Is that an aqueduct? Yes, I built an aqueduct. Cuddle's begun a mysterious construction. That's a lot of rough pipe opals. And raw adamantine. That's going to be an expensive artifact. It's using raw adamantine. Best of luck there, Dwarf. But yeah, this is an aqueduct. It runs water from the river down at the bottom of this trench, across here and into this, which is my defenses. I also, down in this river, which is this, have completely drained it. Or I have the ability to completely drain it. Which means that the water was shallow enough the last time we got sieged by goblins that a bunch of goblins actually climbed onto this prison cell that I have for this goblin, or not goblin, giant down here. So there's actually just some goblins that live here, and there's not much I can do about it. Also, hey, Suey. Those things. What's up? Am I in trouble? Did I forget something? Whenever my teammates pop into chat, I'm always worried. It's like, what did I do wrong? What did I forget? What's happening today? Hanging out? Weird. People do that? Granite. Diorite. Hapsy? What's Hapsy? I'm just sitting here all weirded out because I literally just got follower emotes. I got a notification from Twitch just now stating that I got follower emotes, and follower emotes have been a thing on Twitch for a very long time now. It's like half a year or something. And it's like, I just got them. Thought that everyone had them ages ago? Yeah, huh? No. I actually, a couple of weeks ago, I was just telling chat that a couple of weeks ago, I actually sent in a support ticket asking why it had taken so long. And they said that I should have them shortly. So, no, they certainly have not rolled out to everyone. Right, yes, Axon, you need to go to prison. But didn't have the funds to get emotes? Touche. Aren't you, like, working on new emotes? Or is that a secret? Apologies if that's a secret. It's a lot of suspending of floors. So I need to kill those goblins down there. Is the reality. Actually, I could make this into the temple. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's not worry about this upper area so much. Can goblins go berserk sicko mode? I don't know what berserk sicko mode is. You're gonna have to explain to me what berserk sicko mode is. Can they go berserk? Anything can in Dwarfort. If it's getting attacked, it can go berserk. But what do you mean by berserk? Let's drain this lake. Or river. Pull all those levers and the river flow should stop. That's not how this game works, Hatch. No, we have to remove them. They might go insane if we let them sit there long enough, but it'll take way too long. Kodal, the dwarven child, has created Lysat Rumad, a beak dog bone chest, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor English Canyon Parched. That's cool. I mean, everything can. The Notch of Dulling, it's worth 355,200 Zethal. This is a beak dog bone chest. All craft or ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with radiant cut pipe opals and cushion granite cabochons, and encircled with bands of beak dog bone, oval pipe opal and cabochons, and round raw adamantine cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of pipe opal, and the lock-picking lawyer could probably break into it. And it menaces with spikes of pipe opal. On the item is an image of the lovely fist, an adamantine figurine of all empires named in granite. So it has an image of the lovely fist, an adamantine figurine of all empire named in granite. There we go. Okay. I now have a beak dog bone chest. It's like a beak dog bone thigh, but it's chest. All right, so you know what? I'm gonna place this container right here, and we're gonna make this into that temple. Let's use quartzite. We'll have like 2 patterns in here. Lots of not creative empires out there. Tapioc, what's up? You bet it opens at the beak part? I was gonna say that, like, I bet you like the chest itself is just made of beak dog bone, and the lock is probably made of adamantine, so you just cut around the lock and it's fine. This is going to take a while to construct. But this is going to be the temple for that temple demand. Something that I need to remind you, Mr. Hatch, as a newer player to Dwarf Fortress, a lot of things that people refer to as mechanics in Dwarf Fortress aren't actually mechanics in Dwarf Fortress, and instead are just player-derived headcanons in Dwarf Fortress. Certain things work certain ways, yes, and certain things work in certain ways in, let's just say, adventure mode that don't work that way in the game itself. And one of those things is the thing that you're talking about. I don't have a command or any way of telling the dwarves to mock them. there might be a dwarf that is mocking them. Also, those guys aren't even in cages. But they might be cursing at them, but it's still causing them to cancel jobs and not be able to build over top of them. Quartzite, 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 quartzite. Which is actually like my biggest concern about the premium version of DF is that I'm worried a lot of people confuse things that are actually possible in this game with things that they've read about this game online or maybe seen in a YouTube video that maybe isn't fully representative of the playability of the game itself, which I do think kind of does the game a disservice to a degree, because people... Dwarf Fortress is one of the most classic examples of unrealistic expectations in games. Like, at the end of the day, it is a game. It's a great one, but it does have its limitations. It's like everything. Maybe less than a lot of modern games, but... You have to watch some lockpicking lawyer videos. You hear the name a lot, but you haven't watched much of it. They're all like a minute long. That's the great part about the lockpicking lawyers. They're all like legit very, 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 very short videos. Like a long lockpicking lawyer video is like 5 minutes. Most of them are like a couple of minutes to under a minute. Hello? Oh, I gotta wait. Constructed. Yeah, the ability for the player to imagine something is kind of a mechanic in DF. Also watch this on this side over here. The right. Just watch. As this dwarf comes over here to pull the lever. And woof. Come on. There you go. The water flows out. A hole appears. And this is how we block the river. In fact, this goblin's already walking across it now because it's already shallow enough for him. Long ones are either challenge locks or genuinely good locks, or locks that are bad in interesting ways. Yeah, we're the ones that he disassembles. He's just like, I'm going to pick this in like 4 seconds. The lock just falls apart. And he's like, and now we're going to explain why this lock is terrible. And then spends 10 minutes deconstructing the lock and pulling all the little springs out and then showing why the lock is terrible. It's funny, one of the locks that he's shredded, which is a very simple padlock, is actually the lock that is on my what's it called? Storage unit in the basement of this building. And the funny thing is, I kind of wish somebody would steal that TV because that TV sucks. And it would be nice. Where are you going here, Gob? Where are you going? Need to get these goblins off of here anyway. But yeah, you'll hear a lot of things that people talk about as mechanics in Dwarf Fortress that just are not things in Dwarf Fortress. I mean, actually, I think Zach talked about this in the interview they did with On Doubt ages ago, where he says that one of the reasons Dwarf Fortress is such a convincing simulation is because players can imagine things that are happening. And then the confusing bit of it is then discerning between what is the player's imagination and what is actually happening in the game. But because the game, it's just proof that the game is so convincing as a simulation because we have the ability to infer so much on these characters that realistically are pretty bland. Although, just as an example of that, is this lovely piece of art that was posted on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit yesterday, which is this, which is a human visitor that visited their fortress. This is a bard who disregards tradition, values nature, likes hemp, is untroubled by causing trouble, is untroubled after causing trouble, has a way with words and good creativity, but he has quite poor focus and is totally clumsy, is unfettered after being extravagant, and has a deep well of patience and dreams of bathing the world in chaos. You can have characters like that generated, but what is that character actually going to do? Probably go from place to place, write a book somewhere, and then get convinced to do something by a necromancer's servant, and then we'll probably just go die somewhere. It's usually about how it goes. Hold on a second. What? Ah! Sounds. So Twitch put out a tweet where they are basically shouting out big streamers that are streaming Elden Ring, and they spelled 2 of their names wrong. That's kind of funny. Sounds like an anarchist? Oh, definitely. Best kind of anarchist. That is funny. Right. Still unimaginable for me that your idle dwarves number is always below 10, even though there were some cancellations. My idlers number is way too low right now. It should be higher. I'm overworking these dwarves. I need to use the restroom, so I will do that, and then I'll read whatever the heck that dwarf killer is, and then we'll deal with it, and that'll be a problem, and then we'll all die. But why is it unimaginable, Mr. Hatch? The Forgotten Beast, Sis Saragakoth Thorel Lucast, has come. A huge one-eyed stoned hobo. Hi, how are you? A huge one-eyed, 8-legged toad. It squirms and fidgets, and its eyes glow yellow. Its dark indigo skin is leathery. Beware its hunger for warm blood. That's the least scary Forgotten Beast I've seen in this fort. A huge one-eyed stoned hobo is what you call your pet hamster. Anyway, he lost an eye as a baby hamster. It was a very sad story. Anyway, so this thing has direct access to my fortress, and you know what? We're just gonna let it come in. We're just gonna let it do its thing. Come here, hamster. I mean, toad. How are you, hobo? How's your Sunday been? Hopefully good. Toad comes in here, and then the dwarves are like, oh my god, it's a giant toad! What in the fuck? And who's at the lead? Who's the first one to touch it? It's Reg. Okay. Let's follow Reg then. Come on, Reg. Toad Slayer. Alright. Looks like the toad is like in the middle of them now. The Hammer Lord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the left third leg with a silver warhammer, fracturing the bone. Well, that's good. The Militia Captain misses the Forgotten Beast. Well, that's unfortunate. Let's just see who is hitting it currently. So it seems to be Shortast, who's sideways, Atir, Dusumzast, And Suck Skulls Mang seems to be going after them. Seems like Sideways bashed the Forgotten Beast in the first leg with a Silver Warhammer fracturing the bone, which is very good. Let's forget about this Forgotten Beast in about 20 minutes. The dwarves are beating it, and I see blood going everywhere. Looks like a Hammerlord struck the Forgotten Beast in the third foot, which is good. Imagine how high a toad with 8 legs could jump. Yeah, 8-legged, geez. Meanwhile, this dwarf is just like, Stone's just like gonna walk past carrying a boulder while the dwarves are just like brawling with this thing. What's funny is like, this dwarf, it could have just gone and killed Stone, but it didn't. Blood seems to be just spattering everywhere. The hammer dwarf bashes the Forgotten Beast in the left third foot with its named hammer, chipping the bone. Yep, they seem to just be slowly mauling it into pieces. Let's see how Sideways is doing. Bashes the Forgotten Beast in the right lower leg with his, in the right second leg with his Silver Warhammer, fracturing the bone. The Hammerlord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with their Silver Warhammer, and it's tearing the lower spine's nervous tissue. It continues on. Like, the game isn't paused, they're just beating it. Blood's just going everywhere. Yeah, it seems to just be missing them. The Hammerlord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the right foot. In the right third foot with his Silver Warhammer, and the injured part explodes into gore. Hammerlord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the right first foot, not the wrong first foot, the right first foot, with her Silver Warhammer, and the injured part explodes into gore. An artery has been opened by the attack. Yeah, I think this thing's time is numbered. And Two Balls giving birth to a girl. Back down to the fight where things, matter. Where'd you go, Stone? There you are. They're just beating. Have I lost any dwarves? Nope. Doesn't look like it. They're just fighting with it. I'm assuming it's dead. That or some of the dwarves have gotten thirsty because they're just leaving. Meanwhile, Atir names his hammer. Is the beast dead? Hammerlord stands up. The Hammerlord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the head with his Silver Warhammer, bruising the muscle and jamming the skull through the brain and tearing the brain. So the Hammerlord got him. The question is, who did? Hi, Jess!
Crypt blah, crypt blah, crypt blah.
Crypt blah, indeed. Looks like Atir got the toad. Atir, where are you at? There you are. Curious about how you feel about this Atir. Vengeful! Apparently. Chat, can I get a big round of beer for Jess keeping that sub alive for 21st month? Has it been that long? I know, I feel like I say that all the time now, but... Actually, hold up. Let's give this to Tapioca. Tapioca, who just killed the toad. Wendigo, thanks for the $1. Who is married to Tekud and a faithful worshiper of Lemul. Is 77 years old, born on the 7th of Opal in the year 93. He has a prominent chin and his sideburns are clean-shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed and his long beard is arranged in double braids. His short hair is neatly combed and his somewhat broad ears are tall. Also... Did you do that twice, or is Twitch breaking? I think Twitch might be breaking. I got 2 notifications for that 100 bits. Unless you did that, like, less than a minute ago, which I don't think you did, so thanks for the $1. Twitch is breaking. The personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. Doesn't particularly respect commerce and dreams of raising a family. Is not careful with resources when working on projects, and often spends unnecessary effort. Basically unbreakable. You are a Hammer Lord, which is the highest level of Hammer Dwarf. And absolutely inexhaustible, amazingly agile, and basically unbreakable are pretty standard for top, things. Coyote parchment, very important. Very important. I'm glad you're not the mayor. Imagine being told to make parchment. I would actually need to wiki how to make sheet and how to make parchment to actually pull that off. If one other person has a resub, you could hype train that quite easily. Lesser yam plants, not major yam plants, just lesser yam plants. You like your yam plants to be belittled, I think. For their tubers specifically, and the sound of the sparkles of aquamarine and the sight of the embraces of lathering. I want to know what the embraces of lathering is, but I haven't seen anybody doing that dance yet. I'm assuming it's just a totally normal dance, but that name, though. The embraces of lathering. I imagine it's like mud wrestling. He tries to do things correctly each time and isn't particularly ambitious and often acts with compassion. His hands move frenetically when he's trying to remember something, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore, after all. And, killed a troll, and Sizz Echo Hollow, the Deep Tomb. Tomb Killer. And hopefully, somebody, somebody comes and butchers it. Just put a butcher shop here for convenience sake. Yeah, seems like a good dwarf to me, if I do say so myself. Should make another entryway into this. Another gremlin, eh? Or maybe it's the same gremlin? Wow. Gremlin got ballsy this time. Where are you going there, Gremlin? Just gonna watch this gremlin for a minute and see where it goes. There's a gremlin in my fort. Are you going to go for my levers? Oh no, he's gonna leave. Oh, that's all good. Gremlin? He legit just, like, used the stairs and left the map. I was expecting him to go for, like, one of my levers. I was looking for doors or something, because there's a few spots where I could have trapped him somewhere if he walked through the right door, but he didn't. So I was just like, where are you going? He just walked off the map. Go on an adventure. Yeah, little gremlin. Yeah, cute little intelligent being. It's just very strange. Speaking of strange. All right, how deep is this water? Still deep enough that walking across it is hard. But it is draining slowly. But an animal named a shield. Did I, like, miss a spot? No, I didn't. Thought that there was a hole in my roof, which there absolutely is not. So I've got an update on something that we did yesterday, which I'll talk about in a second. But first, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. And there is much to share, and they've updated my maps, which I'll need to check in a second. Let's continue asking for all the metal. No, that little gremlin is off on a quest to find a better lever to pull, which is literally all that they do with their lives. I was expecting that little gremlin to go for one of my levers, because I've got some pretty dramatic levers he could have gone for, but he didn't. No, because all gremlins do is they seek out a lever, and then they pull the lever. Anyway, Almos says, farewell, Wendigo. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I watched these little goblins almost drowning. You know what? Let's not use them. Let's put these guys here. So I'm going to station a bunch of my army, but that's an unreachable location. I'm going to try and station them, though. Keyword here is try. What is the plan for the send-off of this fort? I don't really have one because I don't want to send off this fort in air quotes, because usually that means kill the fort, right? I really don't want to do that. I'm just trying to clear off as many of these goblin fortresses or pits as possible over here. I did notice that this tower appeared during this fort. Hey, Epion. I did notice that this tower here has appeared. But yeah, in regards to the update thingy, so do you know that little game that we were trying yesterday that we realized halfway through was just a demo? And then I got kind of annoyed at that. Well, apparently they've renamed the game. Apparently they're renaming the game so that it's clearer that it's a demo, which I think is funny. Also, it still makes me mad. Still makes me mad. Which game? Here, I'll link it. Because I could try and pronounce it, but easier to just link it. But yeah, apparently the Steam servers haven't updated yet, but they are in the process of changing the name from Exordium to Preamble, which I think is funny. Are you gonna make a prologue for Aliens R? You know, honestly, you should just put Aliens RL on Steam and just call it prologue. You should just do that. Just like, what's stopping you? Just like rename Ripley. Like, then you're fine. Would anybody actually like? Like, who's gonna stop you? Sega? Come on. They got bigger fish to fry. It's hard for you, surely not for only for you. You imagine how Dwarf Fortress DLCs would look like. They're not going to do DLC. Well, rather, they're not going to do major DLC. Dwarf Fortress is never going to hit 1.0. You realize that, right? And the Steam release is not 1.0. Way worse looking than the full game and gameplay. True. Well, I mean, actually, should release Aliens RL Classic on Steam. More than one person would play it, because I guarantee you me and at least one person from chat would play it. So that's at least two. At least two people would play it. Like Spelunky Classic? Yeah, like Spelunky Classic. Just like I wish I could live in a world where DRL made it onto Steam, but Sag. What, putting Doomarl onto Steam? I'm pretty sure I've said that in your presence before, and you're always like, nah, work! Or something. I mean, you could probably make a new tile set, or for Aliens are instead of DRL? True. You could also, like, put in credits what it was originally. It's like this started off as, like, Aliens, why am I blanking? And an alien, it was Alien Breed, right? But, like, you can still shout out to what it was originally. Like, you can, like, there's games on Steam that are like, once was a fan game for this thing and is now this. All right, so Axon is getting the shit kicked out of him because he committed a crime and is going to prison. Sorry, Axon. Speaking of, where's those invaders gone? I hope that they're just leaving the map. That would actually be real nice. Yeah, it looks like they're just leaving the map very slowly. Can I just tell you guys to go kill this? No reachable location. Hiccup. No reachable location, allegedly. Well, drive safe, Darren. We'll see you when we see you. But yeah, no, if you were to release a prologue for a game, it would have to actually be like a demo for the game. But I don't know. I feel like we're getting to the point now where, like, prologues for games are getting ignored more and more. I can't wait for that market trend to end. Because it's such a negative for the storefront in general. Like, I'm all for demos, but they should be titled demos, and they should be in their own section of the store. Like, maybe what this means is that Steam actually needs a section of the store that's just demos. Perhaps that's what it means. Like, maybe that is what Dwarf, well, like, what Steam needs, is they need a separate storefront for specifically for demos. But if anybody's confused as to what I'm talking about, one of the biggest marketing trends on Steam is instead of releasing a demo for your game, you release a separate game with a separate Steam page on Steam with the same title with a slight variance, that instead of being the full game, it's a demo for the full game, and it's free. But it's released on its own Steam page, so it probably will get a bigger boost of popularity than even your full game because it's free. So essentially, you make a marketing Steam page and then the actual Steam page, thus causing a lot of store clutter, and it clogs up the recent released games because they're posing as fully released games even though they're not. And they're actually just there trying to get you to wishlist their other game. So very eye-catchy games have this massive advantage on the Steam storefront right now because you can send in... you can have your own... Like, you can have two store pages for the same product, essentially, which is incredibly bad for the storefront as a whole. It's just a net negative to everybody. And I hate it. It drives me nuts. And then a lot of these things, like, don't get removed even after. And it's like, just as an example, the Stone Shard prologue is still up for free on Steam. Like, there's 2 Steam pages for this game, and this is just sitting here as a thing to advertise this. But I don't know. Also, I don't know if you noticed this, Epion, but did you notice that Stone Shard is now the same price as your game? They've raised the price for that thing a couple of times. That game was like $8 when it released, which is how it got the majority of its sales. Okay, let's see if we can kill you. As we slowly let these goblins off the edge. They're doing that because demos of games are drowned out by being mixed in with the full release games. Yeah, basically, it proves that, one, Steam doesn't do a good enough job surfacing demos as a thing that people should be looking for on their store page, and two, that their current demo structure doesn't work. But as a fix for this problem, instead of like putting in effort to fix the issue, it just clogs up the store page even more, thus meaning we need like a separate section on Steam for demos, very much so. Another Head in the Clouds question: do you think we'll ever be able to at least partially reconstruct Lord of the Rings in DF? I think you can right now. I mean, if you use the Stamper tool for DF Hack, which is basically just a pre-designed layouts for your fortress, there actually is one that is a 1-to-1 for Mines of Moria. Believe it or not. So, I mean, I think you can already. Save and load costs, yeah, developing a save on exit function is expensive for video games, apparently. Anyway, 8 beak dogs and a bunch of crap, but how'd the fight go? The Crimson Pulley attacked the Torment of Healing at the Hate of Praises at Pack Thief. And the Dwarf Mistim Tigozwar, the Nourishment of Weavers, led the attack. And the defenders were led by the Goblin Dipug, Scored Cut. Mistim Tigozwar had outmatched the Goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Pack Thief. I'm not sure what experiments you're referring to, but also shoutouts to Tygo, who's in Ukraine, so hopefully this dwarf is doing as well as he is. I read that as the Caged Goblin, the Goblin Kegad. I'm seeing names I've never seen before. Kegad. Segad? C-E-G-A-D. I've never seen that word in that I remember anyway. Oh, with their storefront overhaul? I mean, I guess. I don't know. The Golden Standards, inspirationally led by the dwarf Zasset, clashed with 15 trolls, slaying 9. The Armors of Twinkling, brilliantly led by Tygo, clashed with 6 trolls, slaying them. Really stressful week ahead of you. Enjoy your Destiny. I don't know what it is with roguelike devs in Destiny, but you guys all love Destiny. It's Flax and human? Oh, maybe that's why I haven't seen it in regards to goblin naming, if it's a human word. That would explain that. It's a goblin human elf civ, because there was we had an attack on there that was led by an elf. So it's a combination of those. With such depth. Yeah, me too. You know, after the last interview I did with Tarn, I really want him to do a music stream. I would love to see Tarn just like stream himself just noodling around on the guitar for a bit. Cutest, I think you mentioned this in Discord, but I just read a news report saying that Netflix suspends their work in Russia. So rip Netflix in Russia, I guess. Netflix, yes. Yes, it is officially Netflix. But yeah, probably at the start of next month, I'll do another thing on my little fundraiser where I'll match another $100. I think we'll just do that going forward. I'll have less records budget, but I think it's worth it. With the global internet, haven't they been like threatening to do that for years? Not that I'm not taking that statement seriously. I very much am taking that statement seriously, but I'm pretty sure they've been threatening to do that for years. I just hope that they don't make going on the internet treason, because then I'm going to lose my newest mod and my artist. Assign location, add a location, temple. The Umber Communion, the Shrine of Walls. And we need a priest. The Sacred Finger. Don't pull it. Don't have any named dwarves as options. All right, well, Bomrek the Peasant, you can be the Sacred Finger. And Cussy, the person who watches this stream, was requesting to be a holy person in this fort if we ever got the opportunity, so. How do you spell? That's Bonrek. Bomrek. Cussy. The Sacred Finger. Yeah, but very few people do because it's not legal, right? As an example, you don't very often see people in this chat from China. I know that they exist, but was satisfied of the establishment of a temple for the Umber Communion and was blissful after sleeping in a very good bedroom. The Umber Communion has been recognized. This is very satisfying. She felt fondness after making a friend and didn't feel anything after seeing a forgotten beast's dead body. Is the daughter of Dastot, Katie Aiton, was born in this fortress. And Joe, well, that's cool. Dreams of raising a family and personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals and sees family as one of the highest, sees family as one of the most important things in life, and sees that the attempt to attain a dignified and proper, and sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive. Cool. Anarchist priest. Let's go. Now it's easier now not to turn off VPN. Wait, what? Huh? Could generate worlds with that guitar if he improvised the title song. Oh, probably, yeah. Hey, Raz. Hope you're doing well. Religious Dragon Ball character, sure. Had like a head priest for governor or king. Have I ever had a religious character in Dwarf Fortress become a mayor or something? I don't think so. But the number of forts I've actually built since the update where that is possible is not actually that high. So no, I don't believe I've ever had like a head priest of a fort also be the king. Oh, you're using a VPN all the time now. I hope it doesn't become harder for you guys to watch. Because, like, I think a large portion of the reason why so many people are being so empathetic towards this war is because I think that guy at that one CSGO tournament said this pretty well, which is from Russia, half his team is from Ukraine, the rest is from America. It's like the internet makes it so easy for all of us people to talk as long as we're all connected to it. How is Dwarf? Dwarf is a war hero currently, I think. Yeah, there you is. You feel euphoric due to inebriation and interested after learning about dodging. Remembering learning about dodging. You've killed 12 things and you have 4 notable kills. And you've been taking part in the most recent sieges. And you're doing very well. Dwarven religious states. I mean, if you read Legends mode, like, I've seen full-on religious prosecution happening too. Like, it's not always a positive thing. If you have a very dedicated, like, religion in a faction, I have seen them keel over and fall because of, I've seen them keel over and fall because of, like, just disagreements. Also, now we can get pilgrims to this fort. Ooh, we could be a pilgrim to this fort as an adventurer. That's interesting. Significantly better than human you. As human me, I agree. In case you get siege, you have an underground funnel full of axemen plus archers at the end. Good strategy. I mean, a good strategy in Dwarf Fortress is one that works. That is a strategy that'll work, assuming they're trained. I kind of hope I get siege today so that I can show you my strategy, because I don't think you've seen it. Axon committed another crime. Axon, are you doing okay there, man? Guilty after being confined. I am sorry for your loss, Axon. Trust me, you can hatch. You absolutely can. If little old legally blind me who has a hard time reading things that are in dark mode can read Legends mode, so can you. If you don't want to, that's fine. But there's a big difference between you can't and you don't want to. If you wanted to, you would. Telling yourself that you can't is like just insulting yourself as a person. Don't insult yourself. It's okay to not want to do something. Axon is throwing a tantrum once again. Are you still in hospital, Pink? Or are you at home now? But regardless, you have a good night's sleep. Or a good day's sleep. Or a good nap. Or whatever it ends up being. You're at home? Oh, that's good. Go take a good nap. Go take a good long nap. Part of recovery, right? Also, me little fundraiser is up to 225 bucks. So shoutouts to you guys. Lots of people use a program called Legends Viewers to make it less obtuse and less text heavy. Legends Viewer helps, yeah. Legends Viewer does help. Also gives you some more information. I wish people would give themselves more credit in things, because a lot of people just have this, and I do genuinely believe it's just a bad habit. A lot of people have this bad habit of just directly insulting their own ability to do things. It's like, give yourself credit. You're a smart person. If you're capable of playing this game at all, you're also very computer literate. So give yourself more credit. Don't say that you can't do things, because you can. You just don't want to, and that's fine. It's totally acceptable to just not do something because you just don't want to. There's plenty of things in my life that I don't do because I just don't want to. Oh, shit, there's a goblin lasher running around? Where are you? Hold up. Oh, all the way down here. Can I... Is he reachable? Where's that river door? There it is. Pull it! Pull the lever to the river door! While I follow the slasher. Blindiest the wise. You know, I once had a dwarf in Long Death, Mr. Hatch, who was my mayor. It was named after Squug, who's in the chat. And he wrote a couple of books, which are still in Long Death. They're still in that fortress. And wrote a couple of books. And every single one of them referenced the wizard. It was like The Wizard's Guide to Pulleys, The Wizard's Guide to Diets and this. A wizard talks about this and this. The story of the wizard and the da-da-da. All of those. So we assumed that dwarf must be a self-proclaimed wizard. So we gave him a custom role. So instead of being the mayor of the fortress, he was the fortress wizard. It was the mad mayor. Self-proclaimed wizard, Squug. It was a good dwarf. I missed that dwarf. That was a fun dwarf to have. Ba-ba-dup. Alright, the door's open. Is he reachable now? Apparently no validly reachable zone. I station them there? Still unreachable. How about I station you here? Do goblins dodge traps specifically? Yes, they will dodge traps. But that's based on their own skill checks. I think it's like perception plus dodging plus stuff. Yeah. Squug's a floating wizard. You know it. You know it, man. So, yeah, that was one of my favorite dwarves in Long Death. Just because he kept naming shit. The Wizard's Guide to this thing. Wizard's Guide to that. The Wizard's this thing. This thing and the Wizard. The Wizard does the thing of this. It was just way too amusing. Let's see if I could tell them to station over here. Okay, so that's not a reachable location. They refuse to go there. Well, let's just keep following this lasher then. This water will all drain. It's just going to take time. You'll dump a lot of traps down just in case. Yeah, it's best to just like have... If you're going to do traps, it's best to just make a lot of traps. So he might earn that title, Blindiest the Wise. I'll take a Necromancer, Blindiest the Wise. Just don't let my beard catch fire like the last Necromancer mayor I had. You know, Cutest, based on the thing that you just posted about TikTok in the sub-Discord, isn't, like, that kind of a negative? And then I remembered that TikTok is Chinese. It's like, oh, never mind. That actually makes more sense. Of course, if they're going to have a take, it's going to be the not good take. Where are you going, Goblin? This is getting pretty shallow over here. I just want this goblin to die. Uh-oh. Ashton Stucken was seen being stolen. By whom? Friggin' Bob witnessed. Or was Friggin' Bob trying to steal it? Friggin' Bob. Why would you do such a thing? Question is, where's friggin' Bob? It appears that one of my dwarves is trying to steal one of my artifacts. Good thing we spotted him on the way out. Here you are. Huh. Well, we're going to attempt to arrest you. Did you just give the item to this elf? You did. Oh my wordle. I don't know why I've started saying that recently, but oh my wordle. Instead of saying oh my word, I've just been falling into the wordle. So this dwarf just passed this artifact off to this elf in the river, and yeah, they're gone. What faction are you part of, elf? For reference, this is the limewood bracelet. Good squished. Well, we're gonna have to go to interrogate, and we're going to have to interrogate friggin' Bob as well. So friggin' Bob leaves the river after successfully stealing my artifact. Friggin' Bob, friggin' Bob, friggin' Bob. You've done us dirty, you dwarf. Very unimpressed with you. It's a goblin poacher, and you got your shit wrecked by a bee. I think that game needs some balance, and I really hope that that developer takes the feedback that he's getting. Because Soul Ash is alright, but man, there's a lot of little annoyances in that game that really take away from my ability to enjoy it. And not because it's a traditional roguelike. It doesn't have a lot of features that traditional roguelikes have that make them more fun. Who is Zingo? Atch, if I can ask. Curious about how long a time in prison friggin' Bob is getting. Oh, you're just getting a beating? Friggin' Bob is going to get a beating with an adamantine waffle bat, I would assume. Yep. Adamantine waffle bat. AKA an adamantine warhammer. His history is made by Star Legend God? Sure, but why the name Zingo? Where'd you get the name Zingo? Because you requested a couple dwarves today named, or two now today named Zingo. But why Zingo? Where'd that name come from? Where is that goblin at? I'm not sure which direction that's going to go. I do not understand where this goblin is trying to get to. The direction that he's going is just going to end with him dying, guaranteed. Are you trying to climb this wall? Just go to the ramp at the end, you silly. Like, he could just, like, walk off the map, but... Instead, he's going all the way to the end for some reason and trying to climb this wall. Bizarre. Got a lot of jobs I gotta unsuspend. One misconception that a lot of people confuse with Dwarf Fortress, the idlers icon is actually not important. You don't need to worry about not having a lot of idlers. The reason I have so few idlers, and I was actually just thinking about this because someone pointed it out earlier, the reason I have so few idlers is because of all the zones I have, not because of the number of jobs I have going. The reason I have so few idlers is because I have a tavern, I have multiple temples, I have multiple guild halls, and places for dwarves to go to and spend time in that aren't necessarily jobs that they need to do. Yeah, so these are all going to stay forbidden. And winter has arrived on the calendar. We're into the cold season. From the depths of your mind, you imagine that name would fit a kind of brave / stupid dwarf who would exclaim Zingo whenever he is interested about something? Huh. Interesting. Just wondering if that was like a name or something, or like you had a like, because there's a person who comes by the stream sometimes who always wants a very particular name for their dwarves, and it's because it's their old D&D character who was a dwarf. So, you know, stuff like that. Fortress is a little framey because of all the construction jobs I got rolling right now. Combine that with all the hauling jobs I also have running right now. Once this temple's done being built, though, this will improve pretty dramatically, I would assume. At least they're slowly building this. Ever so slowly. Surprised they haven't, like, accidentally caved something in yet, though. So many suspensions of the construction of floor. Come on, dwarves. You can do it. Nope, he made it up in 1 second, and it was 1 hour ago, and you didn't want to say that his name had no backstory? Oh, fair enough. I mean, you're more than welcome to, like, state that a name means nothing. But my curiosity gets the better of me sometimes, and you know. Steam just surfaced this game to me via, you know, Steam being dumb, called Big Field 2042, which is like a Battlefield parody with a lot of bot assets. It looks awful, but I think it's got better reviews than Battlefield 2042, which is kind of funny to me. That part is kind of amusing. You know what I should have done to make this process go by a lot quicker? I should have made a stockpile down here for blocks and then built it from the stockpile. BattleBit? Yeah, BattleBits looks neat. BattleBit legit looks like a fun little game. But there's like a few like demakes of old Battlefield games on like Roblox and whatnot that have been converted into Steam over the years, or into more modern engines over the years. There's a few of them, not a lot of them, but a few of them. The BattleBit's not that like unique, but this is like just an asset flip. Probably just runs in a free development engine that had very little effort put into it. I just think it's funny that's probably got better reviews than the actual Battlefield. By that I mean like its reviews are mixed, whereas Battlefield's reviews I think are still mostly negative, right? Let's see. Yeah, overwhelmingly negative actually. That's sad. Like this is genuinely sad to see. As somebody who liked these games back in the past, this is sad. It's like, come on. It's just sad. That's all it is. It's just plain sad. There's 2,000 people playing that game right now. 2,000. 2,000. It's just fucking sad. It's a PC shooter franchise with such a huge, wonderful history that it's just plain fucking sad. And that's often how I feel about franchises that are dying that I used to be fond of. It's just often sad. Where'd that goblin go? Goblin? Shit. Oh, Jesus. He made it into the fort. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. There's got to be at least 1 or 2 military dwarves in this. I see one. Just a matter of them piling through. Well, one dwarf died. The bone carver was found dead, it seems like. And the goblin is now running over across the walkway that we have and into the fortress, is chasing who? A potter named Ingus. Yeah, and I'm very disappointed. So this Goblin Lasher is now in the fort. Looks like Tygo has spotted the Goblin Lasher and is now running straight towards him. The Goblin preemptively laid down, which I'm not actually totally sure why, and seems to just be beating the crap out of him. And the Goblin is dead. And Tygo says, I am euphoric due to inebriation, but she is afraid after experiencing trauma. And the rest of the military can go back to their posts. Oh my god. Oh no, a bone carver died. Oh my god, how will the fortress continue? Yeah, no, that was like the backbone of the fortress's economy, that bone carver. I don't know. And also, you're trying to stream it on Discord. Yeah, I don't know. Someone is trying to start a fist fight, and the target is inaccessible. Tantruming? Oh, Axon is tantruming again. Alright, well, nothing changed. Fortress life can go back to normal. Are we... Yes, we are now interrogating Friggin' Bob. Okay, so Friggin' Bob got a beating, and is now getting an interrogation. Because after the beating, we set an interrogation for him. This is the dwarf that stole one of our artifacts and passed it off to an elf. So we're going to figure out why he did that. Why are you going that way? That's not the direction that you have to go. Yeah, there you go. Now you're going the right way. Wait, actually, are you playing in full screen or in windowed? Sorry, Legend. Because I would, if you're playing in one, swap to the other. Try that. Windowed? Try full screen. You can swap between full screen and windowed by hitting, not F12, F11? Yeah! I'm in full screen now, look at this! Look at that classic ASCII. Ain't that wonderful? See the fortress and all of its ASCII glory. Fun fact, you can also use full screen and windowed as an easy method of swapping between two style sets. Armok Vision? I don't even have Armok Vision installing. I think Armok Vision is ugly as all hell, so I'd rather not besmirch my fort with Armok Vision. This is kind of amusing. This dwarf is trying to interrogate this dwarf, and then the doctors keep on rescuing him and going, no, he needs to rest! Yeah, I have 2 different tile sets installed. It's easy to do. A goblin criminal is visiting. Well, that's somebody that needs to be interrogated. A wasting zombie announcement? Probably an announcement related to a wasting zombie. You know, I'm actually going to make the hospital not active for a second just so we can finish this. And then I will make the hospital active again after this dwarf has been interrogated. Probably something that's unique to your world. It could be a type of intelligent undead that's just visiting. Check the this screen, and if like I have this guy, the rotten stalker, who just hangs out. Was it like a full screen purple thing saying the dead walk? Hide while you still can? Because that's a siege. Otherwise, it's just a visitor probably. I made some empty rooms that would perfectly fit a row of cells and interrogation rooms. I mean, the interrogation happens in the office of the captain of the guard, but you need prisons. Just put chains in them and then set them to be used as a room and then used by justice. I'll make that active again. Let's see, what did we learn? Rhinestone met with the subject and made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. The subject naively complied. Subject confessed to the theft. Subject has used Ravid Nail Abbeys as an alias in the past. Oh. So friggin' Bob has pretended to be Rovod Nail Abbeys in the past. In the mid-spring of 169, an unidentified creature attempted to corrupt, in order to have an agent in hot beers. An unidentified creature met with the subject, made a threat, and the plan worked. In the year of 169, the subject plotted to steal God's good squished under the influence of an unidentified creature. Oh, is somebody fighting close to your necromancer? Because it's possible, it's possible that, you might be raising zombies. Just visiting? Okay, well, then if it's just a visitor, then that's fine. That's a non-issue. Speaking of visiting, I have a rat woman faint stalker zombie that's visiting. It's a zombie rat lady. Seems to be visiting my temple, because this is a temple. It's still under construction, but it's a temple. I do have some visitors to the temple. Currently, my captain of the guard is picking up some equipment, and then he's going to go interrogate that criminal who's visiting. When someone visits and they're like, and you're like, what is your occupation? And they're like, I'm a criminal. You're just going to, you're going to take them and you're going to interrogate them regardless of what they actually do. Whether or not they've committed crimes against you or crimes against your enemy, which is crimes of my enemies against my enemies is my friend, but they can't be trusted. We need to do the proper vetting process before you're allowed in the fort permanently, which in this instance involves interrogating anybody who shows up. Where do you check how much metal bars or in general you have? You check in your stocks, which is this screen. But you need to have a dwarf assigned to count what's in your stocks to know what's in your stocks. You missed the bars subsection? Yeah, that's where you find what kind of metal you have. Let's check the job screen. Oh my god, I got so many suspended jobs. Unsuspend all of these. Man, after talking with Zach and Tarn, I'm so excited that the premium version is going to have chores for the children to do. Which, of course, isn't child labor, it's chores. But having kids that can construct things and haul things for you is going to be so nice. Oh, so nice. Let's leave that as partially constructed, it's fine. So that faction must be. So Stone, you know how you got kind of interested? We've got zombie and intelligent undead elves showing up. Quite a few of them, to a point where it's like, that's got to be the local goblin faction. Like it's just got to be. Also, chat, do you want to know why this is the best interrogation and crime system in a video game ever made? Because I have a very legitimate reason why this is the best crime and interrogation system in a video game ever made. Not only can you interrogate dead people and ghosts, but you can also interrogate cats. You have a pet cat in the fort, you can interrogate it. You can accuse a cow. That too. You can accuse a cow of committing a crime, and you can also interrogate a cat. How does that even work? It gives you, like literally, it'll give you the exact same response that it gets if a dwarf doesn't comply. It says that the dwarf, like, elicits remarks in order to coerce information, and then it says that they misjudge the subject's character, and the cat just goes off and is a cat again. You know the cat will sell someone out. Wouldn't that just be amazing if the cat's just like, Steven did it! I blame Urist! Blah! Nobody likes that? Yeah, well. Similar announcement to that? Okay, then yeah, it's just a visitor. You just got a visitor. Means they might be trying to steal your artifacts. Which is definitely possible. But it's just a visitor. I mean, that would be amazing, though, Zakos. I mean, imagine, like, you interrogate a cat as part of, like, a murder crime, and they're just, like, they definitely tell you who did it. That would be kind of incredible. But yeah, that is the reason why Dwarf Fortress has the best crime system ever in a video game. It's just the best, and if you don't think that it's the best, then, well, you're just incorrect, unfortunately. Which is okay, lots of people are incorrect. It's just like a game is significantly better the second it allows you to pet the dog. Golly golly, thanks for the host. Hope that your forts were good, if you were forting today. I don't know what you were doing today, but I hope that you had a good stream, the host. I'm probably totally butchering your name. Hey, Kettle. Speaking of Kettle, your dwarf's still alive, by the way, if you didn't. Pretty sure you're a dwarf of the military variety? Maybe not. Where are you? Your dwarf's around here somewhere. It'd help if I zoomed out a little bit. I could see it better. At least you're not a criminal like friggin' Bob over here. You're around here somewhere. The only problem about doing them like nicknames like this is they're much harder for me to see. Are you? The day that I am presented with a my search function for this screen will be a good day indeed. Oh, there you are. You don't feel anything after a sparring session. Well, that's fine. You don't need to feel anything. But you must continue sparring. Also, I can mine all of these out. That's also safe. You just wanted to do some chains for cells. You're too afraid to chill with your fort. You never had an invasion. Only made 2 10-people squads, which don't have much trainings. If you're scared of invasions, build a drawbridge in front of your fort and close it when an invasion shows up. That's what you do if you don't really want invasions. Trying for animals for crimes wasn't unheard of in medieval Europe. Really? You don't know about interrogations? Did they actually try animals for crimes? How stupid were we back in the medieval era? I mean, I think the actual answer to that question is just yes, but... Like, actually, how stupid were we? How much silver do I have? Silver throne, 50. Silver table, 50. Silver altar, 1. How deep is this? It's got to be pretty close to draining out to nothing. Getting pretty close to draining out to nothing. So it was originally planned to be like a king's throne room or something, but since we haven't gotten the king yet, and because I don't feel like waiting, this is just going to end up being a temple. We knew more about stuff and less about stuff. We tended to kill people that knew more about stuff. Knowledge societies tended to be secret, yes. Intelligence was frowned upon those days. If you were smart, you were called a weech. We must be ready to sacrifice when the time comes, says Dwarf. While also praying. We're also going to put some beds down here. These are going to be beds that are connected to the temple. And I can show you how to do that in a second. So anybody staying here for the temple can sleep in those beds. I think these dwarves have earned a break. Another name for a hammer. Competed with power of the church? Yes. Tended to kill them. Humans have this nasty habit of just killing people that they disagree with instead of discussing their disagreements with them. Hopefully one day we can fully get to just discussing disagreements instead of killing the people that we disagree with. But, you know, such is also the life of living in a society. L humans, yes. Yeah, I watched like a pretty long documentary recently on like just paying attention to the weather. It's kind of weird how mean to the weather people were previously. Like that is like one of those things that is just mind-numbingly strange to me. Hey, we finally interrogated that elf person. We met with the subject and made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. The subject naively complied. The subject revealed that in the early winter of 162, the subject plotted to infiltrate the sweltering sand in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. Wah, wah, wah. Wow, look at that. It's espionage against this person. That's how I feel about this fort right now, because this person's going to prison!
Crypt block, crypt pog, crypt wide.
What up, lump? How is things? How is things? We get to put another zombie in prison, I think. The fact that they're plotting a coup is funny to me. Also hope that you've been well. Been busy, not on Twitch? Well, I'm glad to see you around still. I feel like been busy and not on Twitch is the most common thing that I've had said to me this week, which is interesting. It's like everybody's been busy and also not on Twitch this week, or like the past month or so. Maybe even longer than that now. And the interrogation of the goblin criminal. The Metin built rapport in order to elicit information. Subject valued harmony. Oh, interesting. The goblin values harmony, so built a rapport with him. Revealed that Zom Ruthless Blazes is in fact an assumed identity. Nobody was shocked by this. And the subject's true name is Niglusu Tricked Practice, or Tick Practice. The subject has used the Riddle of Roots as an alias in the past. Riddle of Roots? In 135, an unidentified creature corrupted a fellow believer subject in order to have someone act plots and schemes in entry priests. An unidentified creature met with subject and offered a bribe. And the subject spurred the law and agreed willingly. Subject revealed that in midwinter of 135, the subject plotted to influence the Thrifty Realms. Infiltrate the Thrifty Realms, that's the humans, who we trade with, in order to prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. The subject revealed that in the late winter of 162, the subject plotted to infiltrate the Sweltering Sand in order to steal treasures and prepare a crew under the influence of an unidentified creature. So there's two now. Two that are attempting to infiltrate us. Those traitorous twites. But they're two separate cases. Unfortunately, they don't appear to be connected. There's a lot of good words. So that elf zombie who is visiting gets 225 days in our prisons, and the goblin is getting 225 as well. That's worse than a murder sentence. Significantly worse. You're back? Your power went out? Oh god, I'm sorry. Hopefully it comes back quick. Do dwarfs gain skill, and do you gain social skills by yelling at a duck? So do you gain skills in interrogation for interrogating animals? I don't know about interrogating animals. However, I sometimes will just interrogate all of my dwarves in my own fort for no reason, just to train interrogation. So there's that. You can program better by discussing your problems with a duck. Do you discuss your problems with a duck, frog for hire? I mean, as a frog for hire, I think that maybe discussing your problems with a frog would maybe be also helpful. Rip frog tips? What are you talking about? Frog Tips is still alive and well. In fact, tip number 961. Frog Systems Inc. bears no legal responsibility for breaking the first and second rules of Frog Club. Very important tip. You cannot You know what we had today, Diamond? We had a gremlin spawn in the caverns that ran into the stairwell, up the stairwell, and off the map. Out the side of the fort. Did you eat the cookie? Don't lie to me. Baking it, baby. Yes, like, literally. Gremlin, yes. Left the map. Walked off the map. Didn't even try to pull a lever. Literally just left the map. I don't trust this elfie fisherman. I'm going to interrogate this elfie fisherman. For both of these. An elf fisherman is visiting. We are going to interrogate him ×2. For 2 different possible crimes. I'm also going to interrogate that zombie rat lady. Yeah, I mean, it didn't throw itself anywhere. It just walked off the side of the map. We just kind of ignored it and it just walked away. I was expecting it to go pull a lever, but it just didn't. All right, so now I'm going to interrogate you both for this crime, as well as both of these people for the one above. So all three, both these people are going to get interrogated thrice. Apparently there's a lion man and a lion woman on the map. There's also this goblin dancer on the map, which we could interrogate. Oh, definitely. Could you imagine if it was like a property matter and the elf was like, I've been fishing in places I'm not supposed to fish. Nah. That would be very funny. I could also interrogate the outpost liaison. You know, let's interrogate that person. There's also Matto, this goblin poet who lives here. So these beds are all placed down here. So I'm going to make this a bigger room. I'm going to make it into a dormitory. I'm going to hit L to assign it to a location. And it's going to be assigned to the Shrine of Walls. So anybody who's staying in this fortress primarily for the Shrine of Walls, this temple, can sleep in those beds freely. Regardless of whether or not they're permanent citizens of the fortress. Doesn't matter. Normally they wouldn't be allowed to claim a bedroom or sleep in a bed, but now they can. I genuinely believe that the interrogation mechanic in this game is way more fun than people give it any credit for. I wonder if there's a possibility of us tying frog tips into Firebot. Bet you Firebot probably has that capability. Also, chat, I need ideas because, and if you think of any good ones, like post them in the chat or DM me if they pop in your brain when I'm offline, which is we need follower emotes because I just got access to those. Like, just got access to them. So if you come up with an idea for a follower emote, let me know. We're obviously going to have some sort of variant of beer. Gremlin. I mean, I'd be down for a gremlin emote. I'd be down for that. An example of a follower emote? Well, Twitch, they're emotes that are exclusive to my channel if you follow me. So you can only use them in my chat if you follow, basically, is what those are for. Apparently, I'm, like, the only person on Earth who doesn't have them yet. But yeah, I got them just this morning. I didn't have access to them until today. I mean, like, Evil Trick got them, like, basically a year ago. Oh, definitely. Backlund. Definitely interrogate all of the newborns because they must know something! They overheard conversations while in the womb, right? That's how that works? You know a few streamers who still don't have them? Yeah, Anander. Exactly. Also, hi, Anander. How are you? Also, if anybody's feeling generous, Anander deserves ad-free viewing. Anander is a legendary dwarf in long death. I'm just saying. And if you're feeling really generous, you could throw a couple bucks at the charity fundraiser we have at the bottom of the stream. Streamers still got to pay bills, but just saying. Thanks, Octo. Good thing I subbed to Anander. Speaking of, how's your dwarf doing? If I can find him. Animal Ducky. Axon Tele. Oh, there's Red Octobear. You're interested after learning about wrestling. But you're still a coward, unfortunately. Completely overwhelmed by fear when confronted by danger. Yet you've fought with multiple forgotten beasts now, so I'm sure you're doing fine. Tygo. Pretty sure you had a dwarf in this. Tapio. Vin also needs a sub, but that's different. Bonehead. Whoop-a-doop. Mike, friggin' Bob. Ah, there you are. You're delighted when watching a performance. Very happy dwarf. Seems like an Ander. Very happy dwarf. There's nothing so important that it's worth telling a lie, says an Ander. He doesn't particularly value loyalty and dreams of creating a great work of art. You're not married and you have no kids. Very unrealistic. Oh, that's great. I wouldn't complain about that. You had to wrestle down an Etten and lost 2 dwarves and 1 legendary weaponsmith, but your fort is 5 and 3 migrant waves. That's a good set of migrants, though. That is indeed a good set of migrants. I'm going grocery shopping tonight. I'm like out of food. Someone's throwing a tantrum. Axon's throwing a tantrum once again. God damn it, Axon. God damn it. There's a necromancer in my living room. That's a scary beast hunter. So, chat, for those of you who don't know, beast hunters basically just go into the caverns and just fight with forgotten beasts. This is a beast hunter necromancer, meaning it's going to go into the caverns, fight with creatures down in the caverns, and then resurrect them into zombie versions of that, which is kind of scary. Not gonna lie, it's kind of scary. Anyway, we're still interrogating people, so. Curious about what Axon the doctor does. Go punch somebody else, probably. Uh-oh. Tried to pick a fight with Rory. He's gonna lose that one. Well, misjudged person's character and wasn't able to do that. Disorderly conduct, eh? 1 count of disorderly conduct against Axon. I mean, all zombies res as regular zombies, but, like, there's a chance for them to be neutral, right? Do I have any missions? No, I don't. Let's, do up a mission. I like that some of these take a weirdly long time to show up as destroyed. Pack Thief. Pack Thief is a spot that has shown up as a place that has been sending people to fight with us or steal our stuff. So we're going to go hit Pack Thief because the Pack Thief is implicated in a lot of negatives against our fort and crimes against our fort. So I'm sending my entire military out to go hit them. All of them. All like 40 of them almost. Kind of surprised we haven't had a siege yet today. Oh, Adam withdraws from society. Strange mood. It's a ranger. Claimed a crafts dwarf shop, I think. What is what? No, a carpenter's shop. Interesting. We got a carpenter in a fey mood. Grabs a decent amount of wood, as to be expected from a carpenter. Had to step out. Did you miss anything? I've just been interrogating people left and right and raiding goblins. Nothing super crazy. I finally got that, oh, that's another person we gotta interrogate. I finally had a, where'd you go? Yeah, you. I finally got those goblins out of the river. They killed one dwarf in the process, but we got them out. Fought with a forgotten beast, we won. Trying to think, what else have we done? Fort has platinum and silver. I mean, you can do just fine with platinum and silver. Make silver warhammers, and then after the first siege, make shields out of whatever. Or just make wooden shields. Like, you don't actually need fancy materials for shields. Or even like leather bucklers or something. Like, you can get away with not making metal shields. You don't need metal shields. I mean, they're a benefit for sure, but you don't need them. But yeah, we're basically building a temple today and doing a lot of interrogating. And then I think we're going to retire this temple, and then I'm going to play a pilgrim. Or I'm going to retire this fort today, and we'll roll up a goblin or an elf adventurer and walk across the map down to this fortress to visit the temple. All right, well, our dwarf withdraws from society and makes granite blocks, stray beak dog bone, mudstone gizzard stones, rough red pyropes, stray beak dog bone, 2 pieces of granite blocks, and 2 logs. Interrogating? Everybody. Because there's a massive espionage tree that's going on. So a dwarf, which was friggin' Bob, tried. Ooh, shit! We've got the implications now. I just need that person to come back. Fetwa Gully rumors. This person, Fetwa Gully rumors, worked with friggin' Bob to steal one of my artifacts. Not a great one, but an artifact all the same, and successfully stole it. And so now I've been trying to find who it's implicating, who else is involved, and who the unknown players are in this here conspiracy. It's going pretty well so far. We're waiting for caravans to bring coal. Just dig down to lava. I know that's not always that easy, but yeah, I mean, burning wood is fine. You only really need like 20 logs to make enough weapons for one squad. You only really need 20 logs. DF, you mean disorganized crime? Does DF really have organized crime? It's pretty disorganized from my experience. I think we'd have to redraw it, but we could definitely have like a follower gremlin emote. If anybody's wondering what I'm referring to, look in general on Discord. We could absolutely have a gremlin follower emote. Crypt gremlin? I'd be down. What do you guys think? Make our follower emotes just gremlin emotes? This means I get to give Cooler more money. Well, chaining up Axon again. Or Axon. Keeps committing all these goddamn crimes. Organized enough to nick your applewood crown decorated with applewood. True. True. That capital L in those cages is a lion, man. That happened over a year ago and you're still bitter? Really? I mean, I guess they stole one of my artifacts today. It'd have to be a much nicer artifact than an applewood crown decorated with applewood. It's a very weird... Twitch chat just like refreshed in a really weird way on my screen. Edom the Ranger has created Bem Nikat, a Rambutan wood table, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Toasted Orange Roofs. It's worth 37,200. Mirthbust, the Flutes of Chaining. This is a Rambutan wood table. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round granite cabochons and decorated with beak dog bone and encircled with bands of Rambutan wood and beak dog bone. This object menaces with spikes of macadamia wood and red pyrope. And mudstone. On the item is an image of a goat in granite. It's the goat. On an item is an image of goblins and dwarves in granite. The goblins are fighting with the dwarves. The artwork relates to the attack of the gloved page of the Crimson Pulley at metal anguish by the Hate of Praises in the early autumn of 1/6 floor. The Singed Onslaught. Sweet. Well, I'm sure we could definitely put that in our new temple. Look at that. Excuse me. I like that this elf's hair is pumpkin. Pumpkin is a funny color. This elf right here, his hair is extremely long. He has a recessed chin. His teeth are widely spaced. His somewhat narrow jade eyes have very thin irises, and his ears are somewhat broad, and his hair is pumpkin, and his skin is brown. Very funky looking elf, that. I've never had one, but I'd assume so. Why not? In reference to an artifact altar. You know, I think we're going to put the book Wise Temples in here. It's a 173-page novel entitled The Wise Temples. The work has no particular subject, and the writing is vicious as it can be, yet drives forward relentlessly. I'm just going to put it there because it fits being put in a temple. Wise Temples? It's a good name for a book for a temple. All right, so our attempt to raise that spot by the Crimson Pulley went as follows. The Crimson Pulley attacked the Torment of Healing at the Hate of Praises at Pack Thief. Pack Thief is the place that a lot of the people who tried to steal my artifacts originated. And the dwarf Besmir led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Osmiel. Besmir outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Let's see how the fight itself goes. The Sweltering Sand seized livestock. Oh, that went quick. Seems like we just killed the people that were there. We attacked a goblin, and the goblin was struck down. It seems like, yeah, there was one goblin there. We destroyed it and rampaged throughout. Seems like there was literally one goblin there, and we took 16 beak dogs. And Pack Thief is now destroyed. We're going after Seduce Warmed next. I'm gonna wait for my dwarves to get back on the map first, though. Maybe we need a For Mayor sign. Just a little sign that just says For Mayor, and then just have like the gremlin. So like the gremlin will be like emote, and then it's like For Mayor, which makes no sense, but I think that your political attempt to make a gremlin for mayor campaign may actually be paying off to become more things other than just memes. We have 34 books in our library. That's pretty good. Yeah, I was gonna ask, does anybody know why that happened? I haven't been paying attention. I'm assuming like violence and ratings and stuff. But yeah, apparently if you own RimWorld in Australia, you keep it, but if you don't own it previously, it's now unbuyable. Crypt for Mayor? Nah, well, maybe it was probably just Crypt Mayor. I should make a Crypt Frog and it's just the word tips. God, that would be way too deep of a reference. It's Australia? It's still weird, though. It's funny that some of the people with some of the most creative curse words in the world are also some of the biggest, like, prudes when it comes to video games. Also, it's weird that it took this long. That part is kind of weird to me. Yeah, really, Anander. Yeah, you own it anyway. So if you already own it, then yeah, you're fine. But there we go. We are now interrogating that elf fisherman. Come on. Oh no. The dwarf bard necromancer's visiting. All of these visitors are here for the temple, because I'm leaving the temple open. And out of all of the visitors, we have 45. 2 of them are in prison. This is not a good place to come as a visitor, because we'll throw you in prison if you look at us funky. The subject met with and made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. The subject was too afraid to not comply. The midwinter of 142, gun and shovel rules corrupted a childhood friend in order to have someone act plots and schemes in Lancer onslaught. I like how we're just like digging up all of their old baggage. And the subject agreed for the love of gun and shovel rules despite being unaffected by the comments. Wait, hold on. With the childhood friend and it made flattering remarks. In order to, and the subject agreed for the love of gun shovel rules despite being unaffected by comments. The subject revealed that in the late autumn of 157, the subject plotted to infiltrate the sweltering sand in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of gun shovel rules. We finally now have our perpetrator of the crime, shovel rules. Wait, what? Scooter? Oh, are you saying that the government of Australia thinks that they're the people's parents? Yeah, okay. I get what you're saying. I understand. You know what they should ban in Australia is they should just ban Battlefield 2042 because of how offensively terrible that game is. All right. Well, what does that do for us? So you confessed, but unfortunately, Gana Shovel Rules hasn't visited us. Another fort was lost for you? How's that counterintelligence now? Oops. I'd assume pretty dense. Associated organization, unidentified, unidentified, unidentified. Associated plots steal that in 162. Unidentified. Highest known organization. Yeah, it looks like this is the Guns Shovel Rules is the highest known person out of all this. It's funny. Tarn actually mentioned that this UI translated the easiest into modern UI. It's like, this is probably the most, like, easy to understand piece of UI in this game. Alias the... Oh, right here. Niglitsu has the alias of the Riddle of Roots and the alias Zon, and was associated with an unidentified organization that infiltrated the Thrifty Realms in 135 and us in 162. You had one dwarf at the end of the battles. It still counts! Fort's not dead yet! You could recover that. Just wait for a microwave. You'll be fine. I was watching Russ Money stream this the other day, and he got a dead walk notification in the first year because he was ballsy and settled near a necromancer tower, which is just how you have a short run in Dwarf Fort if you don't really know what you're doing. He's fine at the game, but anyway, he ended up with like one dwarf left locked in his kitchen with a bunch of food and booze. And so we were just like instructing him about it. It's just like, yeah, you can... Did you know that if you make a tower above ground or a tavern above ground, bards will show up? It's like bards just start showing up and like arguing with his shit. What are you? We have an old man who's a captain and a legendary person. Copnut is his name. Imagine being named Copnut. You poor, poor soul. Copnut Leap Cloven. Well, with a name like that, also, apparently the rat woman confessed for something. The subject revealed that in the early spring of 169, the subject plotted to infiltrate the sweltering sand in order to steal trade. Man, who is this unidentified creature? God damn it! There's another espionage. Well, it's time to interrogate Copnut, I think. I know it doesn't mean what I think it means, but man, that is an unfortunate name. Grain and human? Still an unfortunate name. Oh, wow, you're getting put in the scary prison off on the other side of the river. Fun times. Did that dwarf survive? I was heading to bed around that time. Or, like, getting away from the PC to get ready for bed. I was winding down my day. I'm assuming it didn't, Scoots. Russ is a good dude. Russ. A little waterboarding goes a long way. A little drowning also goes a long way. I will say I'm very unimpressed with the I'm still looking at this thread on Reddit. I'm very unimpressed with the Dwarf Fortress subreddit's ability to be Reddit detectives. They are very, very bad Reddit detectives. I'm sorry, Dwarf Fortress Reddit. I'm calling you out. You guys are really, really bad Reddit detectives. All right, how many guests do we have in prison now? 3, I guess? Uh-oh. We've got a visitor who apparently is a lizardman who is drowning in my river. Well, good job. He's a commander of something. Probably really bad at being a commander, as he's drowning right now, in fact. A ghost opened a door and the dwarf wandered out of the safe zone. A ghost opened the door? Oh, that's amazing. That is amazing. Like, I can't even joke around that. That is amazing. Like, genuinely, that is fantastic. Awesome. I hope it was like a good friend of that dwarf's ghost who opened it or something. But yeah, sucks to be you, Lizardman. Anyway, so now we have Zulban over there. We have this animal caretaker. Now this elf fisherman. Who gets 225 days in prison. All for espionage. Also the rat woman. A lot of espionage happening in this fort. I'm assuming that this fish man wants to live here. We've got a very, very busy captain of the guard in this fort. I mean, interrogation tactics in Dwarf Fortress is like, they become friends with, they insult them, they make intimidating remarks at, or they, you know, various things along those lines, so. Dwarves don't really partake in waterboarding. Waterboarding is real good at getting lies out of people. It's great at getting a response, real good at getting a accurate response. Appeal to the shared belief of the god of murder. Why the god of murder? Why not the god of, like, fools? I apologize. I clearly need more goblets in this tavern, so let's put more goblets in this tavern. I also should get rid of all these beak dogs. Name those ostriches and all those and slaughter all them too. We're chaining up another criminal. So many counts of espionage. Also, just want to say thank you to everybody who's hanging out today. You know, there's been a lot of people hanging out here the last 2 days. Maybe it's because of the interview I did. Maybe that's what's drummed up interest in my stream again. I don't really have like an easy thing to point at, but thanks to everybody who's been tuning in the last 2 days. I'm a spy. Ha, I'm a double spy. Ha ha, joke's on you. I'm the double spy. Ha, joke's on you. I'm a triple spy. Ha, what do you think? I'm a quadruple spy. I spy with my little eye something that is spying on me, probably. In Dwarf Fortress, no visitors are to be trusted. It's pretty fair to say. Did figure out the caravan issue with the goods. Yes, you need to have a store spot. Yay! Happy to help. I've been suggested to you because I played Soul Ash after Splattercat. Possible. Fun fact, I streamed that game before he did, way back when. It's an interesting thing that my channel's doing well because of that. But I wish I wanted to play more of that game. I'm so sad that the developer didn't really follow the early criticisms he got. The Crimson Pulley slipped into the... Oh, jeez. Whoops. I screwed up. I just stole their shit. Whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to attack it. Got a lot of random crap. Whoops. Yeah, that's not going to go well for you, amateur player. Stick to rock mugs in the future. But regardless, I appreciate that people are tuning in. Don't give wood to elves. Yeah, that's generally bad. All right, let's interrogate this fish person who's come by. What do you have to say for yourself, fish poison? You're debating on getting that dwarf drowned mug made? Well, I mean, if you put it up anywhere that people can buy it. Well, we didn't get any information on the fish person. What, over wood? Meditate on victory! Alright, let's, send all 4 squads. Attempt to raise this spot. Do not steal items. Just go raise them. Best of luck, dwarves. Have you, like, found a service that could make that mug, Wendigo? Because I don't know anybody that'll print an image at the bottom of a mug. You'd probably have to go to a mom and pop shop for that. All right, so this human criminal who confessed, I think. Maybe not. Huh. Hope that we have you set to be interrogated. Probably do. I'm going to interrogate you. Human criminal. There you go. Let's interrogate Raji after Rhinestone makes us overthrown. Beer mug, drowned dwarf. Well, okay, so the thing that we were talking about is I was thinking about Dwarf Fortress merchandise. And like ideas for Dwarf Fortress merchandise. Not that I would make Dwarf Fortress merchandise, I would make me merchandise. But one is just like a completely plain mug, or a mug maybe with like a brick wall on it. And then at the bottom of the mug, this has coffee in it, so I can't show you. But at the bottom of the mug on the inside would be an image of a drowned dwarf. And you could have a strip on it that goes away when it's heated up that says dwarf has drowned. So as you drink it, once you drink it and the top bit gets cool, it then shows up again saying that dwarf has drowned, and then you see the dead dwarf at the bottom when you're done drinking your drink. Is the idea that I had. That is what Wendigo is talking about. We're now interrogating that other human. Be kind of funny. Yeah, like that would be kind of a rad mug, honestly. There's a couple places locally that will do prints on shirts and mugs and stuff. I mean, if you did it and donated like profits, if you did it and made a bunch of them and sold them and donated the profits to a charity, I don't think Zach and Tarn would go after you. And I would totally buy one. Just saying. Achievement unlocked. Drink a dwarf. I mean, I just want debug guy plushies. Someone needs to make debug guy plushies. Also, can I just say that I'm really proud of you guys, chat, when we had Tarn on and we were talking about that one section of that was just bug fixing, and then chat just filled up with debug guy. Made me real happy. Because debug is probably my best emote. Considering it's just an animated Dwarf Fortress sprite. Also, in my opinion, I hope that you guys enjoyed the interview I did with Zach and Tarn the other week, because in my opinion, it wasn't the best one I've done. I think it was all right. I don't think it was the best one. I think I've done better. All right. So wow. Okay. So we interrogated this person who's identified as a criminal. Met with the subject and made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. Subject was too afraid to not comply. They revealed that Raji Shallowed Crew is in fact an assumed identity, and the real name is Hether Death Years. In 147, an identified creature attempted to corrupt a believer subject in order to have someone act out plots and schemes. In Webbed Island. And an unidentified creature met with the subject by appealing to the sacred worshiper by appealing to the sacred worship of Tikbo, Tikbo, the subject was swayed by emotional appeal. In 147, the subject plotted to infiltrate the safe realms of human civilization in order to prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. And the subject revealed that in the mid-spring of 166, an unidentified creature plotted to steal Spike Subtle under the influence of an unidentified creature via the subject. The subject revealed that in the late summer of 166, the subject plotted to infiltrate the sweltering sand in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. The subject revealed that in the early summer of 168, an unidentified creature... Okay, it continues all the way down to in the late winter of 170, Dodic Trumpet Through plotted to steal Seized Turd under the influence of the subject. So the human criminal, Raji, of the Empires of Dinner, corrupted Dodic Trumpet Through in order to have an agent in hot beards. The subject met with Dodic and made flattering remarks, and the plan worked. But then we caught them both. Holy shit, that's a lot of implications. You confessed. Implicates somebody. You confessed. Wow. So, Raji, this person here, this human criminal, was one of the people that was the unknown creature on these. Also, that elf didn't visit, did you? That would be amazing if you came back. No, I don't think they did. Man, I forgot about this Forgotten Beast. What are you made of? Right. Charcoal. Beware its webs. Right. Have to kill that. You know, I was saying I was going to retire the fort today, but maybe I lied. Too many loose threads here. I don't know if all of this, like, stop right there, criminal, arrest this person. Stop right there, criminal, arrest that person is entertaining to you guys, but my God, it's entertaining to me. The Rat Rumen's getting 214 days. You're still in prison. The elf gets a beating for stealing my artifact if they come back. The elf fisherman's 207 days. So for theft, espionage, and theft, this person's getting 281 days and a beating. Thought it was good. You do interviews really well. Yeah, but like, you know, when you make work, you compare your work to your previous work, right? And I think in comparison to my previous work, I've done better in the past. All right, so we beat the crap out of the elf. And the human criminal. And they're both just vomiting now, which is good. Also, hold up. What elf did you beat? Hold the fucking phone. So that elf that stole my artifact came back? Oh my God. Look at you, you big dumb. Look at you. You fucking moron. Actually came back to the fortress. We should interrogate that elf. For sure. It's like, I know that they're already, like, implicated in this crime, but... There you are. So we're going to... We get to interrogate the elf that stole my artifact now. Oh, that's great. That is great. After we unchain Axon. Axon is free to go and tantrum again and hurt more people. And now we get to... So this elf that this dwarf is dragging right now is the elf that stole my artifact earlier today. Stole my artifact, and which is made of wood, ironically, and now has come back. And now we get to interrogate him. And then put him in prison. Alright, so in 132, an unidentified creature, yada yada. Alright, so in 166, an unidentified creature plotted to steal Spiral Burned, the Simple Groove, and approached an unidentified creature to handle the matter directly through another party via subject. 161, the subject plotted to infiltrate the Sweltering Sand in order to steal... Okay. 161, it started. 166, it actually happened. And we have even more threads on this bullshit. You confessed. This implicates somebody, but Fethwa also confessed to that. Was trying to steal another artifact just now. Look at all of this espionage tree. This is ridiculous. Associated organization is unidentified. Tried to steal the Fated Books, the Arches of Wisdom, and infiltrated the Fated Books, the Arches of Wisdom, and the Sweltering Sand. Plotted to steal the Simple Groove and pulled it off. And then, tried to steal Spiral Burned, didn't pull it off, and then stole Good Squished successfully and pulled it off. Crime Fortress. See that? Curious about how long a prison sentence this elf is. 253 days. And a beating, of course. Already got the beating. Now we just wait for Rhinestone to socialize for a little bit, and then he's going to go arrest them. Actually, he's going to go construct a silver table first. Then he's going to arrest them. But yeah, it's not the happiest I've been with an interview, but it went all. I think it got better towards the end, but I think it definitely could have started off stronger. I think everybody's just kind of a little bit down right now because of the way the world is, and I think that kind of impacted the quality of it. And especially when I was listening back to it, I really kind of felt that. Like, I think it could have been better, but... Did you hear a good squish? I'm sorry, what? What's good squish? I don't know what good squish means. Oh, yes. There is an artifact named Good Squished, which got stolen. In fact. What is dangerous about this terrain? Oh. I was wondering why these dwarves were, I was wondering why I was constantly getting, like, canceled, block because dangerous terrain. I was wondering why I kept getting that notification. I think I figured out why I've kept getting that notification, chat. Heh. They're in a, like, 2 meters of water? Trying to get, like, boulders? But you know we're all about that good squish. The berries. Well, I think that these two dwarves are, taking the real issues. Found out that you can stream CDDA from your phone? But, like, on Twitch? Sure. I tried CDDA on phones. Holy crap, that is some cramped-ass UI. It's so cramped, it's ridiculous. Almost as bad as, like, Roller Coaster Tycoon on phone. All right, so how deep is this? Pretty deep. All right. Let's see if we can help these two get out. Uh-oh. I'm suddenly very concerned. I was worried about this. So you know that planned coup? Well, it appears to be happening. Most of my military is not in the fortress right now. And it appears that there are a lot of dwarves dying at this exact moment. Spitalier is dead. A cat died. Most of my dwarves are fighting. Because I'm not sure what caused this exactly, but it was probably the arresting of somebody. Has pissed off some of the visitors that we had, and they've started fighting. Ducky was found dead, that human. Some of our visitors have been found dead. I didn't plan this, but that coup appears to have happened. We were warned about it. My military will return soon, but it might be too late by the time they make it back. Checking in here. The mayor is still alive. Captain of the guard is still alive. All of our management is still alive. We still have 100 dwarves in the fort. We've lost about 20-something. Looks like a lot of the visitors have been found dead. Anandar's dead. Gunslinger's dead. Joe's dead. I'm just reading off named dwarves. In fact, Joe's been found dead like a dozen times because he keeps getting rezzed as zombies. The problem is there's a couple necromancers in the area that are, well, rezzing dwarves as zombies on repeat. Looks like we've got a number of all of the dwarves with like the pale blue names are now zombies, including one of the children. Combat is just going. We'll just unpause the game. Some more dwarves are found dead. Well, this is gonna be, could this be it? This could indeed be it, man. This could indeed be it. We're down to 46 visitors, down from like 55, and we're down to 92 citizens in the fortress. Yeah, it's just fighting everywhere. Let's pick a dwarf and follow it. Let's follow Rhinestone, I think. You imagine your dwarf is cowering somewhere? Were you in the military, Red Octo? I mean, some dwarves are just, like, off doing things. And just like that, fun ensued. Well, I mean, if you're in the military, then you are currently raiding a goblin fortress. Waffles is found dead. No, not Waffles. Waffles made the artifact warhammer that we have. It's good that you haven't chosen your dwarf yet. That is possible, yeah. That is indeed possible. But yeah, no, I guess their corruption just hit critical mass, and me arresting one of the heads of this crime syndicate seems to have been a bit much. We're down to 77 dwarves, 76. Hopefully it just calms down, but I don't really expect that. Set this to citizens and long-term residents only. Stone is trying to find equipment. Merc is still alive. Ronald's still alive. Where's Stone at? Oh, wow. You know, the dwarves down here might actually be the ones that survive. Pinkfinite's dead. Stone is one of the ones down in the water down here. Which may actually keep him alive. We'll see. I need a new chief medical dwarf that's not Axon. Combat's still happening. Yeah, there's like arrows being fired over here and a few other things. My captain of the guard's still alive though. But yeah, they are firing what look to be bronze bolts and like this trader is trading here. I have some stone slabs ready to go. I think that this fortress is ready to die. Oh, interesting. Sure. You can reside in Hotbeards. All of the citizens we can get. We're down to 47. It's been a while since I've had a cascade this bad. Been a while. It's Dwarven Beast Hunter, who's neutral, is here, just shooting at shit. There's my chief medical dwarf. I think that this necromancer over here is rezzing this dwarf as a zombie, killing the zombie, then rezzing the dwarf as a zombie, then killing the zombie, then rezzing the dwarf as a zombie, and then killing the zombie, then rezzing the dwarf as a zombie, and then killing the zombie. So whose cat died? Fuck if I know, dude. Fuck if I know. Yeah, so this is a necromancer that is killing a child and rezzing it repeatedly. Literally is beating a child to death, rezzing them as a zombie, beating the child to death, rezzing him as a zombie, beating the child to death and rezzing him as a zombie. I don't know who you're asking if they're gaining social skills, but I don't know. It's really hard to tell in game unless you have someone's got to do it. What, beat the child to death and res him as a zombie? I think, chat, that the death of this fortress, while the military is out fighting, means war. I don't know what else this could possibly mean, but I think that this is this faction's moment where they go, all right, it's time to kill every last one. Hey, look, my military has returned of the necromancers in this world. Looks like we outmatched the goblins and destroyed yet another site and brought back a bunch of beak dogs. Let's see what my military can do. Let's see what my military can do. Looks like we've got some friendly undeads too. That's good. Like this one, Dwarf Pale Hunter, who's just chilling. He's friendly. Vinsati was found dead. Rest in peace, Vinsati. Animal's dead. Basically everybody's dead. KD8's dead. Need to wait for my military to be on the map. DF isn't releasing in Australia. Dwarf Fortress getting banned in Australia actually wouldn't shock me. That wouldn't surprise me. Unfortunately. Bunch of fucking prudes in the government over there. Would you look at that? Raji, the human criminal. I blame you. Oh, Australia banned RimWorld. Stone's still alive! Look at this! You know what? Stone, I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to expel your dwarf. So that hopefully we'll see you again. Anybody else who's in here is probably just screwed. Run, Stone! Escape this nasty fortress! Where nothing good happens here anyway. Oh, why are you coming back? Get out! Just go the other... Get off! Wendigo's dead. Rip Wendigo. Yep, you don't want to go this way. Stone. Just leave. All right. Rimtar, the Hammer Lord, is coming in to pick up some equipment, realizes what's going on, and dives in, and is now executing everything. Hopefully my dwarves don't start infighting because of this. Hopefully the military is just able to regain control to a degree. They either will or they absolutely will not, and there's no in between. Get out of here, Stone. Looks like Rhinestone died too, which is unfortunate. Right, so we are stationing my military around down here. Let's follow Pink Fluffy Llama. Nope, you're not in the fort yet. Let's follow somebody who's named, who's in the fort. Let's follow Tygo. Nope, never mind. Let's follow you. Nope, too far away still. Red Octo's back. You know what? Let's actually put one of my dwarves up here. Rhinestone's been found dead. Looks like these two zombies are just fighting nonstop. Oh my god. Bax the human dancer. Why you gotta fight like this? Here come my dwarves. They're not fighting between each other, are they? I'm not sure if they're fighting with each other or if they're fighting with something else. Raph's dwarf has been found dead. Who did you just kill? Fob, I think you just killed one of my military dwarves, Aban. Why would you do that? No, that child stopped being killed constantly. I think I only have one thing to say, chat, and it's what a fucking mess. Seems like the numbers haven't dropped much. Where's Ponce at? Still here? Roel, Dwarf Planter, has been found dead. Looks like Roel became a Pale Hunter. My Weaponsmith is missing. Combat logs seem to have slowed down. Stone is still fleeing. I probably didn't need to make Stone flee, but I did. Alright, let's... disable the squads that are training up here. Which is Copper Mirrors, you and you. Yeah, combat seems to have stopped. So the coup appears to be finished. Which means I quite literally need 100 tombs right about now. Well, we have a new mayor who's Kubok. Kubok, you can also be my broker. Kubok can also be my bookkeeper and the manager. You get to do a multitask, Dwarf. I can say one thing, though. I'm no longer bored of this fort. So now this becomes Operation Recovery and then Operation Vengeance. Make 150 coffins. Petition. Rainia Slaughterfolds wants to live here for sanctuary purposes. Goblin Bowman. Welcome, Goblin. Perfectly legitimate reason to want to stay here, I would say. Perfectly legitimate reason. Let's find my chief medical dwarf. Who is my chief? Did you make it? Nope, chief medical dwarf did not make it. All right. Well, Dusum, you are a doctor, so you can be my new chief medical dwarf. The funny thing is we saw it coming, right? So many people that we arrested were just like, here for the purposes of causing a coup. Like, we definitely saw the writing on the walls, I think it's fair to say. We knew it was coming. Just didn't know when. It's a damn shame it had to happen like this, but can't say that we didn't know. We can't say that we didn't know. Because, oh, we did. We ignored the signs. Should have booted those criminals out of the fortress while we had the chance. It's a damn shame, all of this. It's time to clean up Hotbeards, I think, chat. Was the coup successful? I wouldn't say that the new mayor is the coup leader. In fact, the new mayor isn't implicated in any of it at all. Animal is now the captain of the guard. And some of you might be wondering, why did you make Animal the captain of the guard? Because Animal survived that fight. Oopsies. Yeah, Animal survived that fight. We definitely need a new captain of the guard. That much is certain. No gods, no masters? Uh-huh. Well, we'll see about these crimes that have been committed, though. Unrelated to being free. How you doing, Clino? Just curious if any crimes are going to get reported. You'd like to believe that you were a good mayor? I mean, you let all of this organized crime happen under your nose. I wouldn't say you were a bad mayor, but you were definitely neglectful. Things like this shouldn't happen in a fortress. They only happen if the people in charge are neglectful. I'm alive. I'm very amused by how terrible the Dwarf Fortress subreddit is at being Reddit detectives. I normally give Reddit detectives more credit than this, but they're really bad at it. Like, none of them have figured out what the hell's going on yet. Sounds like nowadays? Well, you know. Look at all this blood that we wouldn't have had to clean up. We'd had better governance. Chat, it is 3:30. Looks like your fort, lovely. Sounds like your fort has a good paint job too. It is 3:30. I think I'm going to go grab lunch real quick. When I come back, we will finish the cleanup of this fort and probably retire it. And then after that, after the retiring is done and everything, next time we play in this world, which will probably be Wednesday, we will run some adventures around and find a good spot for a new fortress, and then found a new fort in this world. But I will be back in a moment. Also, if you're just lurking, if I could get a round of beers and chat, that'd be phenomenal. Or even if you're not lurking, if I could get a round of beers and chat, that'd be phenomenal. I will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. I'm gonna go eat my sandwich and do all my blood checky stuff that I got to do to not die. Then when I return from my lunch break, we'll be doing that. If you want to donate some money to charity in my name, it's going to have this ugly purple thing here. But down beneath the screen, there's a link where you can donate some money to Project Hope to help people in Ukraine. Of course, stream's still got to make a living, so this isn't primarily a charity stream or anything, but it's there if you want to do something good with a couple bucks. That being said, I will be back in a couple minutes, and if you want to support the crap I do directly, there's a link to the Patreon, and there's a link to the YouTube channel. I'll be back in 5 to 10.